It's week 5 of the college football season. Hello and welcome into the WMSR RedHawk Radio Miami football pregame show. I'm your host for today, Will Summers. Today the Miami RedHawks wrap up non-conference play against past and future MAC member UMass. Miami at 0-3 looking to earn their first win of the season after a gauntlet of a non-conference schedule that's finally wrapping up today. UMass on the other hand, 1-3, looking to earn their first FBS win of the season after a win over Central Connecticut last week. Last week, it was Miami going on the road to one of the nation's most historic venues in which they left Notre Dame Stadium with a 28-3 loss. Again, mentioned UMass back on the road this week after narrowly defeating Central Connecticut by a score 35-31. Hi, everybody. Again, to mention Will Summers on hand today to be your pregame show host, and a game that Miami will be certainly the first game of the season that they'll be favorited in, and looking to try to break the non-conference woes, as we mentioned. And it's been a struggle so far. They haven't had the easiest of schedules, with Northwestern being more above average than people thought this year. Also, Cincinnati having quite the year so far, just 45 minutes to our south. And then obviously Notre Dame. You know what they got, especially Notre Dame Stadium. That's always going to be a tough one to win for any opposing teams. But you look at the stats in each game, it's been pretty good. But really, the defense has been the tale of the season so far. The defense has been really good, been on the field for a long time, so the score's kind of inflated, kind of hard to gauge where this team's at right now, especially not in as we head towards conference play. We'll kind of see where the strengths lie on this squad. But the defense, led by Matt Salopek's, having a really solid year so far. Just need the offense to step up a little bit. Haven't scored enough points. 6 points in the first game against Northwestern, 16 points against Cincinnati, and then 3 points against Notre Dame. Just not going to do it offensively enough for Miami, especially against the quality of opponents that they played so far. Again, 0-3, but looking to break that streak. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk some Brett Gabbert and some games around the MAC and around the nation. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a break. You're listening to the Red Hawk Radio pregame show on WMSR Radio. Welcome back to the Miami Red Hawk Radio pregame show on WMSR Radio. You're hearing us on YouTube around the world as we pregame Miami versus UMass here at Yager Stadium this afternoon, 3:30 start time here in Oxford, Ohio. Miami returning home again, as mentioned, after a tough loss up in South Bend against a good Notre Dame team last week. And that Notre Dame team kind of underrated a little bit, obviously dropping the home one to Northern Illinois, not the blemish they won on the record so far this year, but going to have to weather that storm, and they got back on the right foot against these Red Hawks. 28-3 was a close game. Don't let anybody fool you. First half especially, Miami's defense really played well after the offense couldn't really find their footing at all throughout that entire first half. But defense held strong. But mentioned a little bit earlier in the program that you're gonna keep the defense on the field that long. Eventually, the bend don't break. It's gonna snap, and Miami felt the full force of it. Notre Dame ending up with 28 points on the afternoon, but something that Miami's looking to bounce back from, and led by their quarterback, Brett Gabbert, who hasn't had the most ideal start to the year. Obviously, you mentioned going against secondaries that are going to be leaps and bounds better than what he will likely see in the MAC this year, other than probably Toledo. But Brett Gabbert, not quite the year he's wanted to have so far. He's throwing for a decent amount of yards, 685 total. He's 59 for 107 overall. That's good for 55.1 completion percentage, 6.4 average in the air. Not the best, but it's definitely serviceable. But really where Brett Gabbert has come up short this year has been in the 5 interceptions category. And it just, you could kind of tell watching the game last week, Brett just didn't look like himself, didn't look like vintage Brett. And I mean, you don't want to bring this up, but is it an injury concern, bouncing back from what was potentially a career-ending injury last year? I mean, there's in the realm of possibility that was going to be a lingering issue, and doesn't look completely comfortable in the pocket right now, which was kind of to be expected. Hopefully you get him back on the right track today against UMass and try to just get that comfortability back so you can compete in MAC play when it inevitably starts next week. UMass, on the other hand, not great. And this is where Miami, I think, can really expose kind of a weak UMass team. We mentioned UMass joining the MAC conference next year. For all sports, they'll become a full participation member. And UMass, a team that football program's not really up to par with some of the teams that the MAC produces, especially this Miami squad. The high expectations coming into this year, everyone thought Miami was going to be a contender in the MAC, and 100% still could be, even though they're 0-3, has no bearing on Miami's MAC conference record, and a team that I think could make a lot of noise in the MAC conference, and it starts today against UMass. Got to get back on the right track before conference play starts, and UMass last week against Central Connecticut, they were down multiple scores at the end of the first half, and kind of a mess of a game all around, and they were able to find their way, claw back for a victory, and they needed it, because starting 0-4 with a loss to an FCS opponent in Central Connecticut, no slouches over Central Connecticut, but it is an FCS program. That's a victory you need to get, and UMass found a way to win that. They're trying to go on the road to Yager Stadium, a tough place to play in the MAC, and they're going to try to claw their way to the second victory of the year, because they're going to need it if they want to try to get bowl eligible. They have a lot of games against the MAC this year. Obviously, UMass still an independent squad, don't have a conference this year, so a lot of different teams on the schedule for UMass this year, but should be a fun one. I'm excited for Yager Stadiums. Hopefully a good crowd on hand today, and we'll see how well these two teams face off. Miami definitely going to be favored in this ball game. Mentioned Brett Gabbert. Just get him back to the comfortability that we're used to seeing. Now we're going to jump ahead to kind of the games around the nation, what everyone's going to be having their eyes on today. We already have some games going on in the 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock slate, but 3:30 Notre Dame, I mentioned last week, defeated Miami. They're back home against Louisville. Number 16 Notre Dame coming in at 3-1 will take on the undefeated 3-0, 15-ranked Louisville Cardinals, and that's going to be a heck of a ball game. Obviously, Louisville's got a ton of expectations, had a really good year, made the ACC championship last year, and they're a team that returned a lot of production, not really on the offense side of the ball, but defensively returned a lot of production, and a team that was ready to make their mark in the ACC, especially with kind of a down ACC, not sure what you're going to get out of Clemson, not sure what you're going to get out of Florida State. And if Louisville's able to kind of make their way through that conference, make themselves the team to beat, that'll be the team that will likely, inevitably, represent the ACC in the college football playoff. Down at Texas A&M, a team that also had a run-in with Notre Dame earlier this year. They're number 24 in the country, 3-1. They will play host to the 3-1, kind of a surprise 3-1 Arkansas Razorback squad. Sam Pittman on the hot seat for Arkansas before this year even began, but if he's able to win this one today at 3:30, you definitely kind of cool that seat off a little bit, make some more room for error as he will try to get himself another year of coaching, try to survive in what is just a gauntlet of an SEC for a team like Arkansas right now, kind of in rebuild mode, but no time to be in rebuild mode with some of the teams that are coming out of the SEC right now. Yeesh. And then obviously the big one tonight, 7:30, number 4 Alabama coming in at 3-0, will play host to the number 2 Georgia Bulldogs at 3-0, and that obviously, nothing else needs to be said. I don't think I can offer any insight that won't be talked about on College Game Day. Jalen Milroe, Carson Beck, going to be just a absolute title fight that's just going to go down to the wire, I'd assume. And Georgia obviously had their troubles with Kentucky a couple weeks ago, and they were on the brink of losing to a kind of a mediocre 2-2 Kentucky squad. But never can count out the Bulldogs, especially on the road. They're under Coach Kirby Smart. They're just a really talented squad, going to give Alabama all they can take, and that will be a major deciding factor in who's going to be looking towards an automatic bid, first-round bye in the college football playoff. And obviously two teams that will likely make the playoff when it's all said and done, but the seeding could be a big factor, whether they're going to get a home game or whether they're going to get a first-round bye. Then in the next 7:30 game, another top 20 matchup is number 19 Illinois at 4-0 will travel to Happy Valley, where they'll take on number 9 Penn State at 3-0 at 7:30. Mentioned that. And we know, obviously, Happy Valley, one of the hardest places to play in college football, in Penn State. A reinvented Penn State offense. Drew Aller's having quite the year so far this year for them. An Ohio boy himself from Medina, Ohio. Played up there, 5-star. Now he's kind of taken over the reins. Kind of had a rough year last year for Penn State, but really bounced back well, and he's looking to earn himself a top 20 victory against a really good Illinois squad coming off a win against Nebraska last week in Lincoln, which obviously goes to show this Illinois team's not going to be fazed by a big crowd. Lincoln's got one of the best crowd atmospheres in all of college football, and Happy Valley is not going to be much different, especially at night. It's going to be a tough game for these Illinois Fighting Illini, but we'll see who can pull one out there. Local games, really only one local game starting later today, and it's going to be the Cincinnati Bearcats at 3-1 traveling to Texas Tech, Lubbock, Texas, to take on the Raiders at 3-1 as well. And Cincinnati, a team that you look at their schedule and you think, wow, they could easily be 4-0 and be trending towards getting ranked. But the blown game against Pittsburgh really going to set them back in that category. But other than that, they blew the doors off Houston last week. Obviously took care of this Miami RedHawks squad in Oxford, and then their first game against Towson, they won. And Cincinnati, behind second-year quarterback Brendan Sorsby, transferred from Indiana, along with tight end Cincy boy, one from my high school, Elder High School, Joe Royer, having the career year so far at tight end. Been waiting to get a chance after he transferred from Ohio State and looked good. And this Cincinnati offense really moving, clicking on all cylinders right now, and they're looking to get as many wins as they can in the Big 12, even give themselves a chance to shoot up those Big 12 rankings and possibly, not likely, earn themselves a spot in the Big 12 championship game. Now we'll go to the MAC games. It's MAC. There were a couple of MAC games last week, but kind of the first week of really opening up conference play, getting into the conference standings, you're going to start to fall in order a little bit. Akron at 1-3 will travel to Athens to take on the 2-2 Ohio Bobcats. That's a 3:30 start as well, so that'll start in conjunction with our game here. And Ohio playing a candidly just a bad Akron team, and I think Ohio handles them well. Ohio had a really tough non-conference schedule, but they were able to manage it well, able to get 2 wins out of it, and they're looking to kind of fight their way into a MAC championship game. Haven't won a MAC championship since the 60s, so the Bobcats are starving for one. They're looking to make their mark this year, and they're going to try to start off on the right foot against Akron in Athens. Eastern Michigan at 3-1 will travel to Kent State at 0-4, and both these teams looking for their first MAC win of the season, first MAC game for either of these squads. And we know, obviously, Kent State, as down as they are this year, will be debuting some nice new black uniforms, so if the team's not going to succeed as well as they could, at least they're going to look good doing it. So Eastern Michigan will definitely be the favored squad in that game. Again, it's a 3:30 start. Again, we'll start in conjunction with this game. And then you look down at one of the final games of this MAC slate. Old Dominion at 0-3 will head to Bowling Green to take on the 1-2 Bowling Green Falcons. And Bowling Green, kind of a unsung MAC team so far this year. They've looked really, really good. Don't let the 1-2 record fool you. They've played Fordham, who they beat 41-17. And then they went on the road to Penn State, where they lost that game by 7. And then you follow that up by going on the road at College Station against Texas A&M and losing that game by 6. So you lose to 2 top 25 teams by a combined score of 13 points, and it's pretty unheard of for a MAC squad like Bowling Green, and a team that didn't have a ton of expectations coming into this year. Everyone knew they were going to be a solid squad. Obviously, had to worry about them a little bit in MAC play, but wasn't really a team that people thought was going to compete for the MAC championship, and looking good so far. And they're going to look to defeat Old Dominion before they really get their conference play kicked off. Obviously 0-3, Old Dominion coming in to Bowling Green should be handleable for Bowling Green, as they're going to look to get off on the right foot before they travel to Akron next week, October 5th. So those are the games we have for you, national, local, and MAC games. Kind of the highlight games to be on the look for later in this Saturday slate. We're going to take our second break of the day. Again, you're listening to the Miami RedHawk Radio pregame show on WMSR. Stay with us as well. After the next time out, we will look at the keys to the game, see what Miami will have to do to dethrone the UMass Minutemen and earn themselves their first victory of the year. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Miami RedHawk Radio pregame show on WMSR Radio. You're hearing us on YouTube throughout the world. And today we're previewing the Miami RedHawks coming in at 0-3, playing host to the 1-3 UMass Minutemen. We mentioned UMass going to be a full MAC participant next year, so they will be rejoining the conference after a brief hiatus in the Independence League, I guess you could say. Not really a league, don't play each other, but they were an independent for a couple of years now, but they're heading back towards the MAC. Couldn't get enough action, and who could blame them? But now we're going to look at the keys to the game, how Miami's going to kind of navigate their way to victory. Obviously, we mentioned Miami's going to be the more talented squad. They just have more playmakers on both sides of the football. So Miami, as long as they do everything that they have to do, it should be a manageable victory for the RedHawks. But we'll see. Obviously, nothing is a given in today's collegiate landscape, as we saw a couple weeks ago when NIU went on the road to defeat the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and that was kind of a shocker, sent shockwaves throughout the college football world and obviously throughout the MAC. And NIU wasn't really a team that teams thought were going to be competing for a MAC championship, but they shot up the rankings and they were able to reach 24 in the AP poll before they lost to Buffalo last week, and they've shot back down. But obviously Northern Illinois is still a dangerous squad, have a lot of talent. They're able to defeat that one. But we'll look at our game. Today, 3:30, we're talking Yager Stadium. We're talking Miami, Ohio. We're talking UMass, Minutemen. And it's going to be a heck of a ball game. Line currently set at Miami minus 17, so Vegas giving the heavy advantage to Miami so far today. And we'll kind of see how that line switches a little bit before game time, but not expecting a whole lot to change as Miami kind of has everybody on their side right now. We'll see if they can pull out their first victory of the year. Get on the board before you head into MAC play. My keys to the game: let Cade McDonald cook. I mean, obvious as it is, 20 receptions, 292 yards. He's been one of the biggest returning pieces on offense this year for the RedHawks. We saw him a lot in the punt return game last year, and he was really good at it. Obviously, an athlete that he is, very shifty in the open field, and he's been Brett Gabbert's number one target this year, as Gage Larvin departure has left kind of a big hole at receiver for Miami, and Cade McDonald stepped up to fill that role, averaging almost 100 yards a game, which throughout the teams that Miami's seen so far this year, it's pretty impressive. I mean, you go to a Big 10 school, a Big 12 school, and one of the highest rated independent schools, and you're averaging almost 100 yards a game. You're obviously doing something right in the receiving category, and it's been good. Brett Gabbert really has been able to kind of trust his receiver in McDonald and been able to kind of lean on him when he's had to, and the comfortability factor is really starting to get there, you can tell. Second key to the game, we got to find a running identity. Obviously, Miami's offensive game plan on the ground still reeling after the loss for Rashad Amos, and is what it is. I mean, obviously, he's one of the best backs in the MAC last season, along with Rashad Penny from Toledo, and he had a really good year. The script has kind of been flipped. It's been Jordan Brunson leading all rushers throughout 3 games with 67 total rushing yards, and it's not like Miami's rushing the ball too negative on the ground. They only have 174 rushing yards, so that's adding in quarterback sacks and things of that nature. But Jordan Brunson only having 67 yards and being the leading back, even though Miami is going by running back by committee, you're going to need that bell cow back to earn yards when you need it. And Miami's got to have a guy that'll be able to step up in those moments and kind of lead this team to victory offensively as we get Gabbert more comfortable throwing the football and leading this offense back to the potential that it had before the season started. Last key to victory, obviously, the cliche is defense wins championships in Miami. Again, the scores may fool you. Miami's defense has played really well this year, and you got to lean on Matt Salopek and company to lead this team back to their winning ways, and the defense will be the key if they want to end up getting back to Detroit in a couple months. And that seems really far away, but it starts right now. If you're able to get back on the right track against UMass, go into MAC play with a lot of momentum, we'll see if the good defense Miami's been playing can lead to some good offense. So that's all I got. I hope you enjoy this ball game. Obviously I will. I'm going to sit back and enjoy Miami trying to earn their first win of the season. Yager Stadium. It's Miami, Ohio RedHawks at 0-3 taking on the UMass Minutemen at 1-3. Should be a ball game. It should be a really good ball game. I'm going to send you off to the guys that'll take you there the rest of the way. My play.
Hello and welcome everybody to a rainy and windy Yager Stadium as the 0-3 Miami RedHawks welcome in the 1-3 Massachusetts Minutemen on homecoming weekend here on the campus of Miami University. And that means for this week, Addison, new jerseys for the Miami RedHawks. They're wearing special throwback uniforms honoring the 50th anniversary of the final Western College graduating class. Western College, former women's college on the, as you would guess, western side of this campus. They were renamed Western College for Women in 1904 and closed and merged with Miami University 50 years ago in 1974. Their navy blue and white merges with the Miami University red and white, merges those two colors together for these jerseys this weekend. I am your host, Bryan Miller, joined by Addison Lenhart. And Addison, we should have another good afternoon of football here at Yager Stadium. RedHawks still looking for their first win.
Yeah, both of these teams coming in with some pretty underwhelming starts to the season. Specifically talking about Miami, 0-3. They've played 3 power conference opponents and fallen to each of them, but they've played competitively in all 3 of those games, only losing by 7 to Northwestern. An 11-point loss to Cincinnati, which is a lot closer than the scoreboard might indicate. The same story for the game at Notre Dame, but this is definitely a great opportunity for Miami to start to chart some momentum into the MAC conference schedule with a team against a team like UMass, who struggles to hold on to the ball. The turnover rate is extremely high for this Minutemen team. Miami's one of the best defenses in the MAC typically, have been the past couple years, and we've seen some really great flashes from this defense again this year. I think that'll be a huge key in this weather for them to be able to pull off this win today against the Minutemen.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Addison. RedHawks 0-3, but all 3 games have been competitive so far this season. Last week at Notre Dame, pretty sloppy start, and honestly, overall the entire game for both the RedHawks and Fighting Irish. But Miami able to get on the board first with a field goal, but gave up a couple late scores towards the end of the first half, made it 14-3. And the second half, very rough for the RedHawks, especially on offense. Looking to improve that this afternoon.
Yeah, and one of the keys is going to be whether or not that they can actually get something done on the ground, which is going to be even more of a factor with the weather. Brett Gabbert's really struggled from the pocket this season. He's struggled to protect himself. He's turned the ball over quite a few times. His completion percentage coming into this game is the lowest that it would be in any of his 6 seasons that he's been the quarterback here at Miami. So it's going to be on Gabbert to clean up those turnovers, protect himself in the pocket, and get the ball out quickly. And for Miami, if they can establish some sort of run game, which they have not been able to do so far this season, Jordan Brunson, their leading rusher, through 3 games, only 67 total yards on the ground. If they're able to do that, they have a great shot today.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely want to establish some sort of running game, especially in these weather conditions. A pretty light rain falling right now and a little bit of wind, but definitely some sort of running game would be great for the RedHawks for a running offense that is currently last in FBS in rushing yards and second to last in rushing yards per game at 58. And overall offense that is last in FBS in overall points, only at 25. But they faced 3 solid defenses so far. They should be facing a below average defense in UMass this week.
Yeah, UMass is a team last year, 3-9. They ended up finishing the season. They lost 7 straight after they won their first game of the season. Ended up winning their last 2 of 4 to get back to 3-9. Head coach Don Brown is a defensive guy. He used to coach at Michigan, had some really stellar defenses there. But Miami has got a significant personnel advantage on both sides of the ball. They're going to be able to be physical, and those 3 Power 4 conference games that they played have prepared this team to really go through the grind of a Mid-American Conference season. And this is a game where you really want to try and see what your offense can give you, see what your defense can give you, try a lot of different things so that you're able to kind of see where the team is going at this point once you start to get into the meat of the MAC schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned head coach Don Brown for UMass. He's been all over the place. He's been a head coach at Plymouth State in D3, Northeastern, the FCS ranks, and as a defensive coordinator, Maryland, UConn, Boston College. I know him best from Michigan when he was with Jim Harbaugh and the Wolverines, in Arizona in 2021. Brown, currently in his second stint as the UMass head coach, currently has a 48-42 record with the Minutemen and 168 overall record as a head coach. He's led this program to the FCS National Championship and far into the FCS postseason before they jumped in over a decade ago. But ever since they've joined the FBS ranks, Addison, they've been one of the worst programs in all of college football.
Yeah, it's certainly been a struggle for this team, a team that will be heading back to the MAC. They originally started off in the MAC when they were an FBS program and have been playing as an independent since, and it's been pretty much the same level of play in both in the MAC and as an independent school. They were 8-40 and 7-25 in conference play when they were a part of the MAC, and then ever since they became an independent, nothing really has improved. 17-75. UMass has consistently been one of those programs that you kind of just know is going to be at the bottom of FBS college football, and that's how it's been certainly over the past decade. And that's why this serves as a great opportunity for Miami to kind of chart the course for the rest of the year.
Yeah, you mentioned those numbers, Addison, or UMass, 25-115 since joining the FBS ranks. The worst overall record besides Kennesaw State, and that comes with an asterisk as this is their first season in FBS for the Kennesaw State Owls. And it comes, I think it's just an overall administrative and program issue, as we've had articles coming from Fight Massachusetts of 24/7 Sports. This first quote really struck out to me, Addison. Quote, UMass is currently a national embarrassment on the gridiron. They have been that way for most of the 12-plus seasons they have competed at the FBS level. They have been unable, for a litany of reasons, to even be competitive over most of the past decade. So we have major issues going on there in Amherst. But looking to improve on those issues is Shane Montgomery, a new offensive coordinator for the Minutemen, joining Amherst after spending last season as an analyst at East Carolina. And a little bit of a personal connection here against the RedHawks this afternoon.
Yeah, Montgomery, he offensive coordinator from 2001 to 2004 here in Oxford. He was Ben Roethlisberger's quarterback coach and was a finalist for the Broyles Award in 2003 back when Ben Roethlisberger was packing this stadium and throwing absolute laser beams all over the field for the RedHawks. But Shane Montgomery, he's really going to rely on Tyson Pumachan today, the 6'4" redshirt senior from Connecticut, previously at Clemson and Georgia Tech, so a lot of experience on the East Coast and in the ACC. He was a former four-star prospect, and he's really kind of had an up-and-down start to this season. 844 passing yards is a pretty good mark, 4 touchdowns, but he's turned it over 3 times. What he does bring is a dynamicism in the run game, 55 carries for 146 yards and a touchdown. That's something that Miami has really struggled with this season. Riley Leonard ran all over the field against this Miami RedHawks team. They lost because they lost against Northwestern, not being able to contain Mike Wright against the Wildcats. And then just a few plays, Brendan Sorsby was also able to take advantage when Miami was hosting Cincinnati. So Pumachan, you can bet that they're going to look to put him in some quarterback run situations and try and get him out in space against this Miami defense.
Yeah, especially given the weather conditions. Well, I know I mentioned it a few times, but these rainy conditions today should make for more of a rushing attack from both teams. A pair of 6-year quarterbacks for UMass and Miami, and Pumachan and Brett Gabbert. Did some research earlier this week. Some other players from that 2019 graduating class include Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Sam Howell, Max Duggan, KJ Jefferson, John Rice Plumlee, Daquan Finn, and Spencer Rattler.
That's a
It's
talented
just
group.
crazy to me that some of these players are still playing college football, and some of these guys, like Sam Howell, is like third year in the NFL.
Yeah, it's the transfer portal NIL era, and Pumachan is just one of those leftover guys. He's been all over the place and trying to make a name for himself here in Amherst, playing for the Minutemen. And then you talked about Brett Gabbert, and he's really been a struggling point for Miami this season. As we talked about earlier, he's got 5 interceptions to only 2 touchdowns. His completion percentage would be the lowest of his career so far. He's really just had a hard time protecting himself. He's already been sacked 11 times, and the Miami offensive line has struggled at points this season, but Gabbert has uncharacteristically put himself in some dangerous situations, hasn't really navigated the pocket that well, and has taken a lot of hits. This is a game where they need to get that sorted out heading in through the rest of the season, making sure Gabbert stays healthy, because Gabbert injury spells doom for the Miami RedHawks, which we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a group that returns 4 of 5 starters, I would agree with that assessment that the offensive line for the RedHawks has been a little bit underwhelming, although they have faced 3 above-average defenses, pretty solid. So we'll see how they show up at home against UMass. Coming up on the other side of the break, we'll bring you scores from around the country and around the Mid-American Conference. Stay tuned on Red Hawk Radio. Welcome back to Yager Stadium. First, a look at scores across the Mid-American Conference. Addison, what we got?
Yeah, you take a look at some early afternoon MAC games. You got Buffalo and Northern Illinois both in action, as well as Ball State. Kind of a surprising result out of the Buffalo Bulls, who beat that Northern Illinois team that upset Notre Dame in South Bend. 47-3 is the lead for Connecticut over them at Connecticut, so somewhat of a disappointing effort from Buffalo. NC State struggled with Northern Illinois, struggled to put them away. Looked like Ethan Hampton just threw an interception that's going to seal the victory for NC State. But Northern Illinois, certainly a team to watch early season in the MAC. They've played some really competitive Power 4 games, achieved that upset against Notre Dame. They're certainly going to be a team to watch. And Ball State trailing James Madison currently 29-7 at the break. James Madison, a team who put 70 on North Carolina last week. Certainly a powerful offense led by Alonzo Barnett III. We'll see if Ball State can try and claw back into this one. We've got Miami and Massachusetts, our game, coming up at 3:30. San Diego State is visiting Central Michigan at 3:30, as well as Western Michigan visiting the Marshall Thundering Herd at 3:30. Akron and Ohio in a interconference matchup will also play at 3:30. Eastern and Kent State at 3:30, and then finally the last Mid-American Conference game of the day, Old Dominion visiting Bowling Green.
All right, and then scores across the top 25. First game was last night where the Miami Hurricanes prevailed in an absolutely insane ending over the Virginia Tech Hokies off after that Hail Mary, initially called a touchdown, but reversed after further review. Cam Ward, a huge day for the Hurricanes. 343 yards and 4 touchdowns for the current favorite for the Heisman Trophy. Right now in Oxford, Mississippi, the Kentucky Wildcats on the Ole Miss 6-yard line, down 17-13 with a little over 3 minutes left in the fourth. So potentially a major development going down there in Kentucky and Ole Miss. Michigan, the defending champions, up 10 on Minnesota. Mullings for Michigan, over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. Looks like Michigan is going to advance to 4-1. Kansas State absolutely drilling Oklahoma State in a ranked Big 12 matchup. Kansas State looks like they're responding well after the loss at BYU last week. And speaking of the Cougars, they are up 6 at Baylor. They were up big early. Looks like Baylor's starting to mount a little bit of a comeback. 4:44 left in that one. And later on today, starting in the 3:30 slate, starting about 15 minutes, Wisconsin visiting USC. Ranked matchup in South Bend as Louisville takes on Notre Dame. Oklahoma heading to their first road SEC game, taking on the Auburn Tigers, minus their top 5 receivers. And Jerry's World in Arlington, Arkansas taking on number 24 Texas A&M. At 4:15, number 1 ranked Texas taking on Mississippi State. Second start for Arch Manning. At 7 o'clock, starting off the night slate, Stanford heading over to 17th ranked Clemson. Iowa State, number 18, heading to Houston. Biggest matchup of the day today. Later on tonight, number 2 Georgia heading to Tuscaloosa, take on the 4th ranked Crimson Tide. Ohio State, their first road game, they will be heading to Michigan State tonight. Another ranked matchup in the Big Ten, Illinois at Penn State. 7:45 tonight, the LSU Tigers take on South Alabama. And the late night slate tonight, very underrated game here. Washington State heading to the Blue Turf, taking on the Boise State Broncos, ranked 25th. Arizona taking on 10th ranked Utah in Salt Lake City, and the 8th ranked Oregon Ducks heading to the Rose Bowl to take on UCLA and cap off the night at 11 o'clock on Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll bring you some key players to watch as well as our keys to the game. And after that, kickoff from Yager Stadium. Stay tuned on Red Hawk Radio. Hey, it was hard to say because like we were talking. I'm like, sure.
Shot for can I be?
There we go. And with that, we welcome you back in here to Yager Stadium in Oxford. Appreciate you hanging with us. Some technical issues knocked us off the air, but we are back and about to get set for this second quarter. Miami and UMass here from Oxford. RedHawks looking for win number 1 on the season, taking on a UMass team. Picked up their first victory last week against Central Connecticut State at home, an FCS opponent that they beat by a touchdown. Alongside Andrew Relvas, Luke West, Poley with you. Give you a quick recap of the first quarter. Miami punted on their opening drive, as did UMass. Then each team scored on drive number 2. Brett Gabbert so far 4 for 8 for 29 yards. And on the other side, Tyson Pumachan 2 for 3 for 71 yards, 64 of them coming on one play, the most recent touchdown. Miami now has it 2nd and 8 on their own 34-yard line, and a run up the middle. Gets the ball carrier to the 40-yard line. That's Kevin Davis. That'll be a 6-yard pickup for KD and sets up a 3rd down and 2 coming up for Miami. Driving rain here in Oxford on Western College Legacy Day. Homecoming for the RedHawks, who are donning the blue Western College jerseys that read Western College in red text across the front. And UMass is in the whites on the road. 3rd down and 2 here for Brett Gabbert in the offense. 2 receivers either side. Gabbert takes the snap, handoff, off tackle down the left side. Goes Dylan Downing, and he gets met after a 1-yard pickup, but he will be short. Jalen Stewart comes flying into the backfield and met the Miami ball carrier a yard short of the line to gain. Offense is staying on the field right now for Miami, but now Brett Gabbert is trotting off, and it appears less than a minute into this second quarter that the RedHawks will punt.
Yeah, that's a tough drive for Miami. I mean, it's still early, 7-7 game, but they've got to get this offense under control. We haven't seen a ton of offensive production in this early season, and so far that's a letdown versus an independent in UMass.
Flags fly in now as the RedHawks were getting set. It's a false start on the offense. It'll back Miami up. So 4th and 1 turns into 4th and 6. RedHawks will still try and boot this one away. Alec Bevelheimer is out with the punting unit. Back deep to return Ty Harding. Saw Sterling Galbon earlier on get a return, but Don Brown not too thrilled as he fair caught a ball at the 5-yard line. Could have let it at least roll in either direction, and now the usual kick returner is out to return a punt. Bevelheimer barely gets the punt away. It's nearly blocked. Fair catch called for, making his way to the right, and making the catch Harding just inside his 30-yard line at the 28. So that'll bring the UMass offense back out on it to the field. Less than 90 seconds into this second quarter. Our score, Miami 7 and UMass 7. In a battle between former and future conference opponents. UMass will be members of the MAC next year for all sports, as they are a former affiliate member for football only. There were some pretty big games played between these teams in pretty recent years for some of the wrong reasons. Miami snapped about a 1.5-year winless streak against UMass back in the Don Treadwell era before Chuck Martin was hired as head coach. This is the first time that Martin is playing UMass here at home. Played them last year in a game that was similarly affected by rain. We are getting the remnants of the hurricane here in Oxford. It has been pouring all day long. And if you're just tuning in, we weren't on there for the first quarter. We had some tech issues to figure out, got everything squared away, and we are here with you through some driving rain in Oxford as Miami and UMass meet up here in Week 5. RedHawks 0-3, already have a bye week, but the only team in the entire nation to start their schedule with 3 straight Power 4 opponents, and the RedHawks had a chance in the first 2 games
to go down with a 2-minute drill drive and potentially tie or take the lead against Northwestern and Cincinnati. Then against the most quality of those three opponents, competed pretty well in the first half, but really ran out of gas last weekend against Notre Dame in an eventual 28-3 loss. Main question mark, surprisingly for Miami, has been the offense. They were very explosive last year when Brett Gabbert was healthy. That was the big if. Gabbert has been healthy throughout the early part of this season with no relative issues. How
Riley Leonard, a very mobile quarterback, and a similar situation here. Got to keep him up close.
Pumachan, formerly at Clemson and Georgia Tech, takes the snap on 2nd and 6, looking right, throwing right, catch made, but blown up. Jalen John got absolutely clocked right at the line of scrimmage, catching it outside the numbers, and it was Rayon Strader. As the RedHawks it up the middle. The ball carrier was Jalen John for UMass across midfield to the 47-yard line. On second. Third down and 1 out of the pistol. Pumachan fakes the hand, dumping off to the tight end. Catch made by Mazzani, making his way outside the numbers, inside the 40. That's plenty for the first down as he's ripped down to the turf. Dominic Mazzani, the grad student, former Mountain West honorable mention last year, who spent 5 years at San Jose State, makes his way to the Miami 38, and that's good enough for a UMass first down.
Miami's defensive philosophy has been bend but don't break. They gave him a small little chunk play there, and Pumachan able to complete an easy one to his tight end.
So on 1st and 10, he fakes the hand to Hester and now swings it out wide. Catch made, but stumbling. Looks like that was Galban that didn't have much room to run, frustrated with himself as he fell down right near the line of scrimmage. See where they mark him.
Stop by Oscar McWood.
Oscar McWood makes the tackle to go for no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Good look there from Oscar McWood. He's this veteran presence coming in. Miami lost a lot of defensive talent this year. And of course, Oscar McWood making a nice play for no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up.
So for the RedHawks, they'll now see split backs in a pistol formation. Hester gets the handoff left. The Western Michigan transfer gets a push from his own line inside the 35. They'll mark him at the 34-yard line where the pileup ends up on top of him. It's a gain of 4, and 3rd down and 6 will result for UMass.
C.J. Hester, the ball carrier.
Luke, this game very similar to the one last year at UMass. Very rainy environment. The passing yards were definitely up to UMass. We expect the rushing yards to continue to take up, and certainly for UMass, they've had success rushing the ball up the gut against the RedHawks.
3rd down and 6. Twins to the right, 2 receivers on the left, one being the tight end and Mazzani lined up with a little bit of space between he and the line. Taking the snap, Pumachan looking over the middle, it falls incomplete. He had his man, it was Keeney James with separation. But that pass fell well short. Keeney James scooped it up on a pretty clear hop, and some UMass players were celebrating, but the indication over the PA was that it was incomplete, and that certainly looks to be the case as the Minutemen look to be keeping the offense out here. Kicking game's been a little bit of a question mark. Jacob Lurie, 4 for 9 on the season. All of his misses from 40 plus, his long being 42. This would be from 51 on the left hash. UMass has got the play clock under 10, and they are still not lined up, and it looks like they'll go for this. So 4th down and 6, 3 receivers right, 1 to the left with the ball on the left hash. Miami rushes 5, Pumachan in a collapsing pocket, delivers over the middle, it's a strike. Caught for a first down by Ty Harding, down to the 24-yard line of Miami between the hashes. As that goes for 10 yards on 3rd down and 6. And the Minutemen convert on 4th down, move the chains.
Absolute ace there from Tyson Pumachan. Just finds the seams right up the middle, able to find his receiver Ty Harding, and a 4th down conversion worked to perfection by the Minutemen.
So now 2 receivers on the right and 1 to the left, and Pumachan hands it up the middle and getting spun around. Might have been Campbell there for Massachusetts. That got the carry, and so that'll bring up a 2nd down. Rather, it's Jackson Paranis for the Minutemen, who goes up the gut for a yard. It's 2nd down and 9.
See if the Minutemen decide to switch it up offensively. It's kind of been short throws here and there. Able to find Keeney James to perfection a few drives earlier. It'll be interesting to see what type of offensive formation they decide to throw at the RedHawks.
2 receivers on the right and 1 on the left. Pumachan faking the run, looking right, and he gets destroyed. 4 RedHawks came in there. Pumachan lucky to come out of that with the football, but down he goes at the 27-yard line. A huge hit laid on him up the middle, and Miami will back UMass up pretty significantly behind the sticks. McWood on the stop along with Savio Frazier for Miami, and 3rd down coming up. 3 receivers on the right and 1 on the left for Pumachan. Taking a look at Don Brown on his sideline and the signal callers with 5 left on the play clock, 3rd and 13. 6:35 and counting to go first half in a tied ball game at 7. Pumachan takes the snap, throwing left side. It's incomplete, almost intercepted by Rayon Strader. He was looking for Jaquan Gibson and missed him by a pretty significant margin. Miami was backed up in soft coverage, allowing UMass to maybe grab about 7 or 8 of those yards back. But instead, that throw went way beyond the intended target, and Strader, who was about 2 yards behind his man, just trying to play contain there and a play on that football. Now UMass will kick. It's going to be a 44-yarder. This would be a season long for Jacob Lurie, the grad student, formerly at Case Western and Vanderbilt. Hold is down. The kick is up. It is floating, and it is good. He got it right down the middle of the uprights. Just barely had enough leg. And Massachusetts will jump into their first lead of the ball game with 6:25 to go, as it's now 10-7 UMass, as we've got a Red Hawk that's slow to get up on the defensive line.
How about these Minutemen, Luke, coming into Oxford? A lot of people doubting them. The RedHawks, they are trying to get their first win. This should be a win for Miami, but UMass getting close to halftime here, up by 3, and landing a big punch on Miami, 7-10. UMass leads the RedHawks. Hopefully nothing serious here for Miami. Couldn't catch who it was.
Yeah, player down for the RedHawks right now. It's tough to see, like you said, just right up the middle of everybody.
Looks like it's Rayon Strader, and it is.
So that is certainly not good for Miami. Rayon Strader, who really had a good drive right there defensively. He's the RedHawks' top defensive back and getting helped off the field right now. He is walking under mostly his own power, but does have a little bit of a limp to it as he heads to the medical tent. Strader, the sophomore from Pittsburgh, was a freshman All-American last year for this RedHawks team. And so we will keep an eye on that situation as it progresses further. We've reached a timeout on the field, and we will take a break with 6:25 to go in our second quarter of play. Miami set to get the ball back, trailing UMass by a score of 10-7. We return to a rainy Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Back here at Yager Stadium in Oxford, our score UMass 10 and Miami 7. Alongside Andrew Relvas, Luke West Poley with you as RedHawks trail for the first time today, and to add insult to injury, Miami saw their star corner go down in Rayon Strader on that field goal attempt by UMass, 44-yarder. This kick, meanwhile, from right to left has some side spin, and that takes it out of bounds. So the RedHawks will get some good field position. That's not the same kicker as the field goal specialist, Jacob Lurie, who just knocked down a season-long 44. Jacob Colozzi, the punter, handles kickoffs for UMass. He has been excellent in booting the ball this season, a punting long of 71 yards. but the wind and the rain may be getting to him there as he kicks it out of bounds, and the RedHawks will take over on the 35-yard line. So 1st and 10 will come up for Miami with 6:25 to go in this second quarter. RedHawks trailing Massachusetts by a 10-7 score. And Miami will head back to the offensive side of the ball, set up 15 yards shy of midfield. Brett Gabbert so far 4 for 8 for 29 yards. Keon Mosey leads the rushing attack for the RedHawks with 5 attempts and 41 yards on the ground. This comes after a game from Mosey last week in which he had just 36 yards total, so he's already eclipsed that. And that is now a season long for Keon Mosey, who's been listed as Miami's top back on the depth chart throughout these first 4 games, but has not always taken the bulk of the carries depending on the week, and has certainly not racked up the yardage like Miami's been used to on the ground. Running game has been a glaring issue for this Miami offense headed into this week, and hoping to get some of that squared away. 6:25 left to go here. RedHawks will have a chance to hopefully bleed away some of this clock. And in addition, Miami will not get the ball out of the halftime break, and so that means that they'll have to also be wary of a potential UMass double dip that could come on the other side of halftime should they give the Minutemen the ball back. Just something to think about there if you're the RedHawks. Still, the most important thing on this drive is to get points and at least go into halftime tied with a UMass team that you're 2 touchdown favorites against headed into this one. Massachusetts has shown some good fight. They've played a gauntlet of a MAC schedule so far. They're an independent, but basically a MAC team with the number of teams they play. This schedule, though, for UMass in total is up there with some of the toughest in the entire country. Massachusetts has the likes of a couple SEC teams in Mississippi State and Mizzou. They play Miami, Northern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, and Toledo out of the MAC, who are probably the top 4 teams in the conference this year. They also play the CUSA champs in Liberty later on this season, and because they have 2 FCS teams on the schedule, that means they need to win 7 games as opposed to 6 to be bowl eligible. So this team really put themselves behind the 8 ball with the scheduling they made this year. But Don Brown and this crew trying to get something going, get the culture in a better spot compared to when it's been for this UMass club, and they're ahead on the road as the Miami offense is back out. On 1st down, a handoff to Downing up the middle, and he fights through about 3-4 tacklers to get out across the line of scrimmage. Only picks up about 3 yards, but Downing fighting for at least something positive there for Miami. It looked like he might go down at the line of scrimmage. Instead, he picks up 3.
Yeah, good effort there from Downing. I love his poise on offense. He always seems to be fighting, trying to get some more carries. He gets a decent gain on 1st down. Hopefully, Brett Gabbert can get his passing game up, though. Only 29 yards in the air, although the rain may impact some of that.
3 receivers on the left and 1 on the right for Gabbert. He claps his hands and has Downing to his left out of the shotgun. Gabbert now looking to throw. Looking left now, throwing left deep and wide open down the far side. Andre Johnson into the secondary. He's finally dragged down into the red zone. Andre Johnson, who did not play last week for the RedHawks, will be marked down at the 18-yard line. Miami runs a screen to Cade McDonald a lot to that side of the field. That time they faked it. And Gabbert did well to sell it, looking that direction, pumping that direction. All the UMass secondary went down to the line of scrimmage, and meanwhile, Andre Johnson was wide open over the top, and he takes it into the red zone. We churn closer to 5 minutes left to play, second quarter. 2 receivers both sides for Gabbert out of the gun. 2 steps up as he barks at the offensive line. Tailback to his right, as that is Kevin Davis. Davis gets the handoff, bouncing it left off the tackle. He is swarmed a couple yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and forward progress will give him a yard as he gets down it to the UMass 17-yard line. Kevin Davis, a healthy dose of carries for a Red Hawk that has been more involved now over this partial game and last week in the run game as opposed to the pass game, compared to the Red Hawks who also used him as a slot man last year and this year, although he's officially listed as a running back. 1 yard gain for Kevin Davis, under 4.5 to play. First half, Miami down 10-7 to UMass, but driving inside the red zone. From the left hash, there are receivers both sides as Gabbert gets the snap and hands it off. Kevin Davis met in the backfield and swung down. Tyler Martin,
Kevin Davis with a rush.
the former Arizona Wildcat, didn't have a tackle last week. He got into the backfield this time and dropped Davis for a 6-yard loss.
Stopped by Tyler Martin.
Or rather, they'll give Davis now the 21-yard line, it appears. Sticks are a little bit messed up right now. Mark on the field is actually the 22, although the scoreboard reads 21. So they'll meet in the middle and call it a 5-yard loss for Miami, and this will set up 3rd down and 14. And with the play clock down to 10, Miami was readying to line up, but Chuck Martin is off the sideline to call timeout. That's Miami's 2nd of the half, and it will be a 30-second timeout. Well, not great for the RedHawks to get off schedule. They now face a 3rd down and 13. 3rd down has been an issue for this Miami team this season. Really, a lot of offensive things have been. RedHawks clicking at under 31% on 3rd down so far this year. And in the game, Miami is just 1 for 3.
Yeah, definitely inconsistent on 3rd down. I mean, the RedHawks, it just seems like all season long they have a few bang plays here and there, but they just kind of stall out. Very different than last year where, it felt like points were almost automatic with this offense, especially the first few games with Greg Gabbert. The offense has to figure things out. Defense has done its job. Now the offense has to get it going in gear.
3rd down and 13, ball on the left hash of the 22-yard line of UMass. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert back to throw with time, but now flushed. He'll tuck and run. Gabbert stumbling across the line of scrimmage, holds onto the football and gets back to the original sticks. They'll give him the 19-yard line, or rather the 18 for about a 5-yard gain, but
It's a gain of 3, 4th and 10.
4th and 10 will result, and Miami will have to kick this one, and this is a tough field goal into the wind and rain now for Dom Jobin, just inside the left hash. It will be from 37 yards out. Bevelheimer with the snap, kick is end over end, and it is good. Plenty of room to spare for Dom Jobin. Miami evens the game with 2:58 to go in the first half. Score now RedHawks 10 and Minutemen 10 in this battle in the rain.
Good drive for Miami. Eventually ended up with 3 points. You wish you had more after that absolute seam. The Andre Johnson wide open with the full area code alone. Wanted more, but you'll take 3. It's a tie game, and all you gotta do is get a stop here on defense. And hopefully for UMass, this is a good opportunity for them to double up. They'll have the ball to start in the 3rd quarter.
Minutemen still with 2 timeouts remaining. 2:58 left to go in this first half. Game tied at 10. Miami currently outgaining the Minutemen 140 to 127. They've got the advantage through the air and on the ground, and are nearly doubling up the Minutemen in time of possession. But the RedHawks and Minutemen are even, as Miami had to kick a field goal to tie the game. Ball on the tee and an end-over-end kick into the wind. Fair catch is called for and made at the 3-yard line as we got some extracurriculars going, and look out. This will be a touchback as the fair catch was called for and made by Ty Harding, and that'll move UMass to the 25-yard line. No flags came out of that extracurricular stuff that did break up relatively quickly, and so the Minutemen will start from the 25, and with the way Tyson Bumachan has gotten it done with both his arm and his legs, he's the leading thrower and rusher in this game. There's certainly room to get something done offensively. 2:58 to go. He's in the pistol, tight end stacked right of the formation with 2 receivers on the right. Single back is C.J. Hester, a couple yards behind his quarterback. Taking the snap, designed roll right, and throwing to the right side. It is incomplete off the hands of the intended target on the far side of the field for UMass. It was intended for Keeney James, who just took his eye off the football. He was breaking back towards the middle of the field, was hoping to catch and run, but need to get the catch part first. He got 2 hands on the ball, but couldn't pull it in. It's incomplete.
For UMass, tie game right now, 10-10 with the RedHawks. I've really loved Tyson Pumachan's confidence. Coming in as a big underdog, he stands at 6'4", 220. He has definitely played a big part in this UMass offense.
Play fake, and on second down, Pumachan in trouble, but he escapes to the right side. Now he'll throw into the bench, throwing it away, incomplete. Pumachan did well to evade the rush there. Quarterback was hurried off some pretty good work up the middle from Adam Schlick for Miami that provided the pressure. But Pumachan throws it into the bench, and third down and 10 will result. And now for Miami, with the 2-minute timeout coming up and 1 timeout left, you're really hoping you can get off the field and maybe take a lead into halftime. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left in an empty set. Now Hester motion from the left slot into the backfield, left of Pumachan. Pumachan claps his hands once, and now will rub his hand down each of his arms. Play clock at 3. Pumachan backing up, and Don Brown is off the sideline to call timeout.
Timeout. UMass. 3rd and a half. 30 seconds.
So that means UMass only has 1 timeout left. 3rd down and 10 is the situation that they face. They're 3 for 6 so far today. And from their own 25-yard line, that is where they will take it. They need something big here for the Minutemen. See how aggressive the ball is for Don Brown. Really no reason to mail this in and try and not go for the first down, given how quickly those first couple of plays expired.
Once again, this is a chance for pretty much 2 timeouts. You have the 2-minute timeout coming up along with 1 timeout for Miami. If they get a stop here, this could really spell some good things for Miami, getting close to halftime.
Again, Pumachan will head out in empty set and takes the snap. It's a design quarterback run up the middle following his line. Pumachan dragged down at the 29-yard line by Bryan, who got him by the shoelaces after a gain of about 3 yards. Pumachan has been good with his legs so far today, now up to 26 yards gained on the ground, but 3 yards not even close to enough there. Massachusetts will punt.
Good drive by Miami. They get the stop and they keep Pumachan close. You know, he is a huge quarterback, probably going to be a problem. That's what head coach Chuck Martin has preached to them this entire week, absolutely. And they keep a close punt coming for UMass.
UMass does not have to punt it away, and they won't, as the
2-minute timeout.
time runs down to the 2-minute timeout. And so the clock will stop with an even 2 minutes left to go. Miami's set to get the ball back with 1 timeout remaining. Cade McDonald was hanging out around his own 35-yard line. This brings up a pretty important punt. CJ Colozzi was brilliant in the first few weeks for Massachusetts. A team that, to put it nicely, they did have to punt a lot. Let's face it, in the first few weeks of the season against some pretty tough opponents near the top of the MAC. However, there's a real bright spot on special teams for this Massachusetts team. Senior from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, averaging over 40 yards per punt this year. On the other side, Cade McDonald, who was an All-MAC returner last season, really hasn't had the chance to use his legs on punt returns as much this year. He's got just 2 returns for 10 yards this year. Think back to last season, and McDonald was known to be very aggressive in the return game. He did not like to fair catch the football, but believe that's been preached to him a little more by Chuck Martin this year, as he has let a lot more go and just played it safe for the RedHawks. Love to set your offense up with some field position with at least attack field goal range here, with 2 minutes left to go in a game tied at 10.
Yeah, and that also may be why Miami played 3 Power 5 teams to start, Power 4 teams to start off the season. You know, special teams much better than this UMass special teams, but they've fared well. You know, this team for UMass has struggled, to say the least, in the early portion of the season. They only beat Central Connecticut State by 4, an FCS team at home. So the fact that they're in this with the RedHawks is very impressive, and you know, anything can happen in this type of environment. It's a rainy environment, and Miami just trying to weather the storm, no pun intended. We'll see if this Miami special teams can stay special here against UMass.
total yards for Miami on the game. 67 of them on the ground. That number doesn't jump off the page at you necessarily, but for a RedHawk team that on the season is averaging just 58 per game, picking up that total in just one half, not bad. Cade McDonald is out on the right hash, sitting on Miami's 27-yard line, about where he expects to get the football. CJ Colosi will punt it to him right to left from there, and Miami appears to be bringing some heat here on this punt. They'll try and crack a big play on special teams. UMass is in protection mode, and will punt this one away from their own 28-yard line. Punter CJ Colosi stands at his 14. Snap is back, a flag comes in, and an end-over-end kick sends McDonald forward, calls for a fair catch and makes it at around the 35, but we'll check on this flag. Miami was the beneficiary of calls like this a couple times last week. Get the word from our referee. Rich Edwards on the public address.
Kicking team, more than 4 in the back there. That 5-yard penalty will be enforced.
So it's an illegal formation on Massachusetts, and again, Miami's elected to take that on the end of the play. So that moves the RedHawks up to the 40-yard line with 1:55 to go in this first half. Miami 10, UMass 10 our score, and the RedHawk offense is out hoping to take a lead into halftime. Miami led 7-0. UMass then scored 10 unanswered before the RedHawks retied the game off a Dom Jobin field goal from 37 yards out. Ball on the right hash for the Miami offense. It is McDonald and Johnson wide to the far side, and to the near side, Tracy and Virgil. One man in the backfield for the RedHawks as Gabbert takes the snap and looks to throw on first down, setting his feet, flush to the near side. Gabbert with all kinds of time. He'll just run it out of bounds, picking up a chunk pickup of about 4 yards. They'll give him the 44. It is a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6. Will result for Miami. Stopped by Macklin Ayers, the Dartmouth transfer and All-Ivy selection last year. Gabbert back out there. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Ball on the right hash. And now we see Downing motioned into the right slot. Gabbert looks to throw, flings far side, complete to McDonald with blockers on the screen. McDonald outside the numbers into UMass territory. He gets flipped over around the 40-yard line. Cade McDonald with a big-time pickup as he gets 15 yards and a first down for the RedHawks with 1:41 left to go in the half. Clock stops for the moment and now resumes upon the chains being set. Miami will line up quick, 3 to the near side now, 1 far with the ball on the left hash. Gabbert out of the gun, takes the snap, fakes the hand, throws over the middle, and it's caught and dropped, knocked out of the hands of Javon Tracy. Throw was behind him, and we can see right to our left the men in the UMass coaches booth leap up for a second as had Tracy not caught that ball that was behind him, it likely would have been picked off by somebody in the linebacker corps. Instead, Tracy got 2 hands on the football, but it was jarred free off a hit that was laid by Darion Craig, coming off a career high in tackles last week, and lays the boom there on Tracy at 2nd and 10. 1:27 to go left in the first half. 2 receivers on the left and 1 on the right. Yager takes the snap, plenty of time, delivers a strike over the middle. McDonald spins out of a tackle and now is tripped up by the shoelaces at the 24-yard line. Oh, goodness. There were 2 Minutemen there. It was Craig and Giles, the linebacker and corner. Both of them had McDonald, but looked like they just kind of gave up, and McDonald just spun away from both and picked up an extra 5 yards. Thank goodness Craig got him by the shoelaces. That probably would have been a touchdown. Handoff now up the middle for Miami. It goes to Kevin Davis, and he pushes inside the 20. Rather, it was Downing down to the 18-yard line for a 6-yard pickup. Under a minute to play here in the first half. Miami's got to keep an eye on the clock, trying to line up quickly. They've got 1 timeout left, but will not use it. Gabbert barking orders at the far side. 2 receivers there, also 2 on the near side. Downing still the back to his right now, motioning to Gabbert's left. Gabbert claps, belt-tie snap, hands it off. Downing originally tripped, but now fights forward and has enough for the first down.
Dylan Dowling on the rush.
As that will stop the clock. It looked like Chuck Martin wanted a timeout, but thought better of it as Downing got the first down. That stops the clock with 35 seconds to go. And now Miami will peer to the sideline. Clock moving again. Redhawks need to get lined up. Less than 30 seconds to go. Ball on the 14-yard line of UMass. Gabbard has two receivers either side. 22 seconds to go. Now he gets the snap. Gabbard looking, facing pressure. He'll air it to the far side and in the back corner of the end zone, incomplete. There was nobody there. Gabbard was just trying to throw that away. A little bit fortunate there for the Redhawks that the safety, Teray Powell, who was back there for UMass, was pulled a little closer to the middle of the field and actually through that pile. There's a flag in the middle of it all in the offensive backfield. And did see some eruption from the UMass coaching staff, and Miami actually might get some yards out of this. Or rather, the Redhawks now are backing up, so we'll see.
Intentional grounding.
Oh, they're going to call intentional grounding. Okay, so that got beyond the line of scrimmage, but again, there was no receiver in the area. Gabbard was trying to throw it away, but he stayed in the tackle box. And
there will be a 10-second subtraction.
now
they will use a timeout.
Miami will be forced to use their timeout. So that means loss of down. You go back to the spot where it happened. Flag was placed at, looks like the 21-yard line. So that'll go for a loss of 7 for Miami. Redhawks will have to burn their final timeout, as by rule that would be a 10-second runoff to bring the clock down to 6 seconds. Instead, Miami elects to take their timeout. They've now got none left, so you have to be very careful with the clock here. But smart move there to take the timeout, as that ensures that you can at least take a couple shots potentially at the end zone before you decide to kick a field goal. Injured Redhawk on the play also. Colby Borders, the right guard, was down, and he will head into the medical tent. So for a Miami team that has stayed really, really healthy on the offensive line so far this season, had a little bit of a scare with Reed Holstein in week 1, but he returned to the lineup right away, and now Borders will head into the medical tent. Should be noted also, Jack Coldiron was questionable for this game, and he is out for the Redhawks, the starting tight end. So Preston Daniel is filling that role for Miami this year. Also without a couple of impact guys on the offensive side, and second leading tackler and Eli Blakey, as well as Corey Suttle, one of their top pass rushers. Second down and 18, but the down's really a non-factor. It's more time now for Miami, as Gabbard running for his life, and he will now throw to the end zone, and it is intercepted at the 1-yard line. Gabbard saw a man in the end zone. It was Virgil. He was open, but Gabbard just looked right at him, and 2 Minutemen defenders came into that football, and Gabbard throws a pick. It's Jalen Harrell, the Viper, that intercepted it. And just a play that from the start did not look right for Miami. The Redhawks were trying to take the lead going into halftime, but instead, with 7 seconds to go, UMass takes it over, 1st and 10 from their own 1-yard line. And presumably, although they likely can't kneel, will just try to push the pile and take it to half. Mistakes we're not used to seeing Brett Gabbard make, as Pumachan does take the snap and QB sneak it forward for a yard, but that's just to kill time, and that will take us to the halftime break.
This is the end of the first half.
Well, the soaking wet crowd a little irritable for Miami headed into halftime after that miscue. Very costly for the Redhawks in field goal range. Brett Gabbard, who had a couple of picks last week, throws an interception on the 1-yard line on a scramble drill broken play. Miami comes up empty on their final drive of the half, and with UMass set to get the second half kickoff, our score after 30 minutes from Yager Stadium is Miami 10 and UMass 10. Just feels very sluggish right now for this home team. You could blame it on the weather, you could blame it on whatever you want right now if you're Miami, but some key missed opportunities for the Redhawks. You think about penalties that have extended drives for Massachusetts, the roughing the passer on 3rd down, a little bit unnecessary. You get a huge play that gets you into the red zone on the catch by Andre Johnson, you're unable to score. And now, of course, most recently, Andrew Gabbard throwing the pick on the 1-yard line, and something that we just have never really seen the veteran do over his first 5 years. But Unfortunately for Miami, those mistakes have become all too common this season from their veteran quarterback who is returning from injury this year after suffering a season-ending leg injury last season.
Yeah, and I don't think people really understand that. I mean, he's still pretty much rehabbing. That leg injury was career-threatening for sure, and you know, the fact that he's out here and still playing somewhat decent is really incredible. But I mean, Brett Gabbert, 6-year senior, coming back for another year with the RedHawks. He's been here for a long time. Those are throws that he just can't make. Double coverage. We've seen a lot of those interceptions, especially in the red zone, really cost the RedHawks. And you know, it's your 6-year senior. He's got to be the best high IQ quarterback in this league for sure. He's had the most experience, and he's just got to make these throws. He can't be throwing it away into double coverage, and that is backbreaking. And coming out of half, this RedHawks teams, especially offensively, they've got to wake up. I mean, it's 10-10 right now versus UMass. This has got to be red alert for these RedHawks. Got to come out with a fire in the belly, and let's see if they can do it coming out of the half.
At the half, here from Yager Stadium, lots of water, Miami 10 and UMass 10. Bryan Miller, Addison, Lenhart have your RedHawk Radio halftime report on the other side of the break. That's when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. Stay with us. We actually lost power, so we didn't have the whole first quarter. I thought it was
Back at Yager Stadium, where the RedHawks are rising up
and the voice of the RedHawks, who has broadcast the action of thousands of Miami teams over the years through radio and TV broadcasts since the early 1980s.
I think the first half was pretty indicative of what we expected. A pretty sloppy effort overall from both teams, but certainly Miami driving down the field with an opportunity to
Miami Athletics Hall of Fame class of 2024.
Another Brett Gabbert turnover who has been somewhat better today. Completion percentage still not where you want to see it from him. He had a nice big play to Andre Johnson earlier in the half that really sparked Miami, and then Keon Mosey on the ground was able to get it going for that nice touchdown run, which had Miami level with UMass. But this is a team that Miami, I think, expected to dominate coming into this game, expected to play much better than they played the first 3 weeks, and we just haven't seen it. Sort of a lethargic effort from the RedHawks today, not really able to get anything consistent going on the offensive end, and then just defensively, a lot of breakdowns, long touchdown given up, which is UMass's only touchdown score of the game. And then Pumachan did some really good things on the ground for them, was able to evade pressure, and had a few nice rushes for the Minutemen. Miami's got to get that cleaned up in the second half, and they've got to find a way to push the ball down the field consistently and take advantage when they get in the red zone.
Yeah, 64-yard pass from Pumachan to T.D. James, the only touchdown on the day. For UMass, Miami scored on a 27-yard run from Keon Mosey, highlighting the 73-yard rushing attack from Miami. So a little bit
Ladies and gentlemen, for your halftime entertainment this afternoon, the Miami University Marching Band is proud to present portions of their first production of 2024, the music of Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Good for Miami. Their other backs haven't been able to get it going as well. We haven't seen anything from Jordan
Brunson yet. Dylan Downing had a few carries. Kevin Davis still really not able to get anything consistent going on the ground, only averaging 1.6 yards a carry. Still a lot to be desired from that Miami run game, but some
We
improvements.
begin our performance this afternoon with an arrangement of a hit single from Earth, Wind, and Fire's 1979 album I Am. Here is our edition of When You
Lauren Tracy, 3 receptions for 32 yards, and Kate McDonald, 3 receptions for 9 yards. We saw Kate there at the end of the first half, that last drive, a couple of quick passes. He's so good after the catch, Addison. I think that's something that the Red Hawks highlight in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And there were a lot of question marks coming into this season. Parker, Dave, Larkin, Dotto, Innes as well. Who was going to step up and make big plays for this Miami offense? And so far, throughout the season, it's been Dave McDonald who's really shown up and done some good things for this Miami offense. As you said, he's got 3 receptions for 29 yards. He had a big one at the end of that first half that he almost broke for a touchdown. Miami. He's been the most consistent target for Brett Gabbert. Andre Johnson, from Arizona State, had that big catch. It was nice to see him emerge in that first half as well. Just need a little bit more from that receiving room beyond Kate McDonald. He's been extremely consistent. Ron Tracy's had some flashes of brilliance as well. We'll see who Brett Gabbert looks to spread the ball out to in the second half, but I would imagine that they're going to try and rely on that run game and see if they can spark any sort of consistency or any sort of rhythm that they haven't been able to do so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the UMass side of things, Pugatron 6 for 11, actually 88 passing and 1 touchdown. Some of the highest James, 2 receptions, 71 yards. For the Minutemen on a touchdown, we haven't really seen that kind of defensive breakdown.
Yeah, so I gotta think that the loss of Eli Blakey is certainly taking a toll on that Miami secondary. We saw Randall Strader go down midway through that first half, but Umachan's talent is unquestionable. As we said, he was recruited out of high school by Clemson, and he eventually found his way to Georgia Tech and now to UMass. But you could see in that first half his size and mobility is a huge weapon for the UMass offense. We said that Miami would probably struggle to contain him when he tried to dispose of the quarterback. Umachan certainly did that. A couple of nice plays and breakdown from that. It's not what we're seeing from a Chuck Martin defense. Previous years, they were so good at getting out of the quarterback, breaking up plays, and sending down. So far, this was a hard time making Puma Travis really uncomfortable, and he's been able to evade pressure really well on a couple of these plays.
Yeah, we've seen Puma trying to get around the pocket, as we mentioned. He was the leading rush ball. He had only 23 yards. The right back, Jalen John, only 2 carries for 10 yards, only 43 total rushing yards. Miami doing a good job of stifling the rushing attack. What do you think the Minutemen
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field the 27 participants.
Well, I think that, when you have guys like Jacoby James, he showed himself in that first half. I think he's got a lot of potential, a lot of skill on that long touchdown. I think really what they need to do is just put Umachan in some easy situations. Where he's able to check the ball down in this weather. Just make some easy completions, get the ball out quickly, because Miami, when they get pressure on you, they can really make you uncomfortable. And they didn't do it as well in the first half. You would expect them to dial it up in the second half. So UMass has to be ready for that. As you said, not much of a run game in the first half. It would really like it if they were able to get some sort of contribution from that backfield in the second half. Because Miami has been very good against the run up front. Max Salazar, Bryan and are some great run-stopping defensive guys in that middle front seven. So Miami needs to continue to lean on their strengths, force UMass into run situations, and cover down the field so that they don't have any breakdowns and are able to force UMass to keep it short and sweet. Miami does.
We will see if head coaches John Brown, Chuck Martin, and their sections are able to do that in the second half. But coming up after the break, the scores across the MAC, as well as the top 25 up next on Red Hawk Radio.
Varsity Marching Band is under the direction of Dr. Bryan, Christopher Herman, and Kent Toler, with Profession Advisor Alex McIntosh, Color Guard Advisor Michael Turner, Court Guard Assistant Kimberly Hamilton, and Football Advisor Megan
Action
Harmon.
going on
We thank you for your
currently. San
attention
Diego
this
State
afternoon,
with an
and
8-point
go
lead over Central
Redhawks!
Michigan at the half. That is at Central Michigan's home field. Western Michigan on the road against the Marshall honoring her. Marshall showed a little something against Ohio State last week. Played a pretty competitive first half against the Buckeyes. They lead the Western Michigan Broncos 17-3 at the break. Miami's arch rivalry, Ohio Bobcats, currently leading the Akron Zips at home 14-10. Eastern Michigan with a lead over Kent State 21-14. The Eagles 3-1 on the season. Kent State looking for their first victory. Old Dominion with a 7-point lead over Bowling Green, one just underway at 5 p.m.
You are more than just a number.
For Old Dominion. Some results that have finished up with a dominant 47-3 victory over the Buffalo Bulls in Connecticut. NC State able to finish off Northern Illinois with a 24-17 victory.
Is your one-stop shop for all your needs.
For a while in that game, gave the
You
Wolfpack
are
a
more
scare.
than a number.
Machines
Kemba Credit
absolutely
your
boat race.
trusted next
Ball
door
State earlier
financial
today in
partner.
Harrisonburg, Bridgeforth Stadium with a 63-7
Need
victory
inspiration?
over
It's worth shopping
the Ball
Kroger.
State Cardinals, and that is the second straight
Thousands
week
of
of
appetizing
60-plus points
ingredients
from James
that
Madison.
inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital football
Top 25 schools
and
from
a
around the
$1
country
off
getting
per
it.
gallon at the pump.
Texas, where BYU
So you can get
undefeated. They
flavor
go
and big savings.
5-20.
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Kansas State with a dominant performance.
You are the state champs. The Cardinals are football champions.
They win 42-21. Michigan's about to play scare from Minnesota. They go to 41
strong like you. You are the center of the universe.
and a
First step
huge
to
upset. The Kentucky Wildcats go into Oxford and upset
specialty
the
and
6th
emergency
ranked
care.
Rebels
Home
of
care
Ole
for the
Miss.
universe of you.
It's the first win for UK in Oxford since 1978. Big shake-up in the college football rankings coming up there. Going on right now at halftime, Wisconsin on the 13th-ranked Trojans at USC 21-10. Notre Dame scored 28 last week against Miami. They put up 24 in the first half against Louisville. They're up 10 on the Cardinals. Auburn up 14-7 on 21st-ranked Oklahoma. Arkansas and Texas A&M tied
Fans,
up
it's
at
time to
14.
pull out your phones and scan the QR code on the video
Arkansas
board for the Miami Football
Texas
Scratch
up
and Win
7-3.
promotion.
On
Fans can win
Mississippi State
instant
looks like the
prizes
Bulldogs
courtesy of
got a
Arby's,
field goal
Domino's,
early in the
Virgin
second quarter
Pantry,
there in
Fox
Austin.
Cleaners,
Later up
Jones,
tonight, Stanford
and
heading to
Skydivers right here in
Clemson.
Oxford.
Iowa
So
State
start
going to
scanning,
Houston.
scratching,
Big
and
game
winning.
tonight in Tuscaloosa. Second-ranked Bulldogs taking on the fourth-ranked Crimson Tide of Alabama. Ohio State for their first road game. They're headed to Michigan State. Illinois and Penn State face off in a ranked Big Ten matchup. LSU faces South Alabama at home. Washington State takes on Boise State at 10 o'clock. Arizona heads to 10th ranked Utah. And to round out the night, the number 8 Oregon takes on UCLA. About 4 minutes till halftime. Addison, what's something from each team that you're looking to see? What can be an X factor for three teams to win and break through from the top?
I think both teams really need to clean up offensively, specifically Miami. They need to be able to finish drives and get themselves in transition. Particularly in that first half. Barely under 20 seconds to go, and Brett Yager with a very costly turnover while the RedHawks were in field goal range. That just can't happen in the second half. Close games like this. For UMass, they just have to keep defensively being disruptive at the line of scrimmage against Miami, and also rip off another one
Well, we'll see in the second half who was able to break away. Miami looking for their first win of the season. UMass looking for their second. Or Miami looking for a big win for conference play next week at Toledo. Up next, second half coming up next on Red Hawk Radio. Where do you guys? I never get to use. Don't like my women single. I like my chicks and
Getting set for our second half here from Yager Stadium alongside Andrew Relvas, Luke West Poley with you. We are tied at 10 between Miami and Massachusetts here from Yager Stadium in a very, very rainy Oxford, Ohio. Opening 30 minutes of play, it was good at times, but not great for Miami really ever, and there were some really bad breaks that the RedHawks had in that first half. Most recently, the Brent Gabbert interception that Miami threw with less than 10 seconds left in the red zone that allowed UMass to escape the first half tied when the RedHawks were driving, and now the Minutemen are set to get the ball back here to begin this second half of play. Ball on the tee for the RedHawks' Kellen McLaughlin. He steps up and he will boot this one into the wind. An end-over-end kick is away and a fair catch called for and made by Ty Harding of UMass. Minutemen will start this second half on their own 25-yard line. Settle back and enjoy. Buckle up for this second half. RedHawks looking for win number 1. UMass win number 2. Alluded a little bit to the schedule these Minutemen have earlier on in the first half, but this game feels near essential now, especially tied at the half to win if you're Massachusetts. You're wanting to seek out eventual bowl eligibility. I know it's early in the season, but Minutemen have to win 7 games to be bowl eligible here in 2024 and trying to make it 2 straight. Tyson Bumachan on the offense back out, 2 receivers on the right and 1 in the backfield. The handoff on first down goes to John, making his way left, still going with the second effort, stumbling to the left side. He is ripped out of bounds after a pickup of 5. And that will set up second down and 5 for UMass, and we've got an injured RedHawk down on the field, and it looks like it might be Bryan that's down for Miami.
That is not good. That is not the player the RedHawks want to see down here.
Magoo coming off a game in which Chuck Martin really praised his performances last week at Notre Dame. He was probably Miami's defensive MVP in that game. He had 2 tackles for loss, including a sack against the Fighting Irish. in the losing effort. And 12 seconds into this third quarter, he is down and receiving medical attention. And that has sent us to a timeout on the field. So we'll step aside briefly here from Yager Stadium as Miami and UMass getting going in this second half, 12 seconds in, and we're all tied at 10. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. We're back after this. 12 seconds into this third quarter, and Bryan just had to be helped into the medical tent. What appeared to be a left shoulder injury for one of Miami's leading defensive ends and pass rushers. And that is not a great sign for the RedHawks, as
The Miami dance team.
this will send UMass's offense back out onto the field in a 2nd down and 5 situation with backs on either side of Pumachan. He's in the pistol formation, one receiver, islands on both sides. On 2nd and 5, Pumachan takes the snap. It's a handoff right now. Spinning back in left is the feature back John across the 30. And backward he falls to the 33-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 3 yards on 2nd down, and 3rd down and 2 will come up for the Minutemen as we approach 1 minute gone by in the half. 10-10 our score. Massachusetts was pretty good to start in that first half on 3rd down. Slowed down significantly as they're now 3 for 7 for the game. 2 receivers right, nobody out left, and a dual tight end set. And the handoff goes down the left side of the line. The ball carrier, John, and he is marked short. Got about a half yard there, but not enough.
Earlier on the field is short of the line of game, 4th down.
So it'll be 4th down and 1 for the Minutemen on their own 35-yard line. Call it 34-yard line. The nose of the ball is, 6 inches short of the line to gain, but that means UMass will have to punt on their opening drive of the half. And after that interception that Miami threw at the end of that first half, that is a huge stop defensively to force UMass into a 3-and-out situation. They'll punt it away as Cade McDonald is back deep. Miami does not rush as many this time. This is not as good of a punt. It's going to land and take a UMass up at the 35, where McDonald will receive it and head forward. There's a flag going as McDonald's down the near sideline. McDonald with a blocker scoops inside the 10, shoestrings out of a tackle and scores. There's 2 flags on the field away from the play. For the moment, McDonald's in the end zone, but we'll have to check on the penalties. Chuck Martin is currently fuming right now with William Hardrick, the defensive back, who it looks like is going to have this brought back.
10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
It's a holding call on Miami, and we almost just saw the first sign of explosivity this season from All-MAC returner Cade McDonald. who took that 70 yards to the house, but it's called back on a holding call. Those flags came out pretty much immediately after McDonald caught the ball off the bounce in space. Still not a great punt there from Colozzi, but the bounce and the penalty are going to help him significantly as this backs Miami up to their own 19-yard line. Well, they'll start at 1st and 10, a minute 59 in it to this third quarter. It's RedHawks 10 and Minutemen 10 with Brett Gabbert in the offense out.
That's a big break for UMass. I mean, that punt, quite simply, was not a good one at all. Obviously, the wind and the rain playing a factor, but a huge break for UMass. The flag pushes the RedHawks significantly further back.
Two receivers for both sides, and Brett Gabbert. He motions Mosey to his left and hands it off to Mosey on first down, making his way right. Keon Mosey crunching ahead to the 21-yard line. He will be put on the ground by a whole bevy of white jerseys. It's Stewart on the tackle, the Mike linebacker. 2-yard pickup on first down for Mosey, who's already off a season high in the first half alone in yards with 41. Second down and 8 resulting for the RedHawks. Two receivers near side. It's Johnson and McDonald on the far side. Virgil along with Tracy as Gabbert's in the shotgun. 5-man rush for UMass. Gabbert back to throw over the middle, wide open catch made, swerving out of a tackle. Virgil spinning past the line to gain across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Finally, he is pulled down there by Loose James. And that is a Miami first down from Reggie Virgil, who's shown some big play potential. Just one catch last week for 12 yards. This time he gets 10. And the RedHawks have a fresh set of downs. Ball in the left hash of the Miami 31. 10-10 ball game with under 12 to go in the third. Pistol formation for Gabbert, 3 right, 1 left. And the man in the backfield is Downing, who now motions to Gabbert's right. UMass showing pressure as Downing moves to Gabbert's left now. Gabbert takes the snap and hands to Downing. Through the line, he splits through and gets across the 40-yard line, still going. Downing up with a second effort. We'll see if they mark him down initially or if he'll keep going. Got about 3 yards on the end of it. The call on the field is he stayed on his feet, and that's out to the 46-yard line of Miami. A 15-yard gain for Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer, who had 20 yards total last week, and this Miami run game really starting to pick up some steam. 1st and 10, RedHawks approaching 4 minutes gone by in the third. Pair of receivers both sides. Downing still the single back to Gabbert's right. UMass rushes 5. Gabbert hands it off to Downing. He's got nowhere to go. He gets flipped over and dropped in the backfield. Kofi is sorry. The redshirt sophomore from Worcester, Mass. Got into the backfield for the 3-yard loss. Second down and 13. Now Miami off schedule from their own 43-yard line.
Love those previous rushes from Dylan Downing. He is a player who is truly hungry. He wants to get more reps in this offense, and he has been fighting all game long. That one, just a missed play, but the RedHawks still looking to attack the UMass Minutemen here nearing midfield.
UMass showing a ton of pressure, and they bring it as Gabbert's back to pass, but he's got time. Going down the far side of the field for McDonald. He goes down, flies incomplete, but 2 flags in. McDonald got pulled down by the jersey as back in coverage for the Minutemen. Looks like that might have been Ellis potentially, or rather it's Arsheen Giles that will get called for the penalty. A 15-yard penalty that will bring Miami into UMass territory and an automatic first down that really takes the RedHawks off the hook after they were behind the sticks. That big play negated to McDonald. But PI on the play, and I beg your pardon, it was instead number 28 in white, Gerard Cameron, that was called for the foul. Nonetheless, that'll bring Miami to the UMass 42. Ball to the left hash. 10-10 ball game still, and Gabbert's got it out of the gun. Virgil, the lone man, left, 3 to the right. Gabbert fakes the run, throws over the middle on RPO. Catch made by Tracy, worming forward to the 32-yard line. And he is downed on the left hash after a 10-yard pickup. Javon Tracy with the catch and a Miami first down. Move the chains again with under 10 to go in the third.
That's what happens when you give Brett Gabbert some time. You know, he is a veteran quarterback. He's got some high IQ. He's had a few miscues throughout the season, but give yourself some time. You're a confident thrower, and he has found his receivers so far during this drive.
Two receivers on both sides. Downing still in the game, has seen a lot of time at back. Again, the fake run throw over the middle, quick slant incomplete. Intended for McDonald. That pass was a little bit out of where it should have been to McDonald. A little behind him as he was running towards the middle of the field, but still maybe a play McDonald should have made. Instead it falls incomplete, and Miami will take it 2nd and 10. So the momentum stopped a little bit for the RedHawks. Miami will still line up. 2nd and 10 with two receivers in the same formation on both sides. Pressure coming for UMass. Gabbert escapes down the right side, but now he'll just crumple and go down. Minutemen got home in the backfield. Gabbert is taken down. Give the sack to Gerald Johnson. Season high in tackles last year against Miami, and an impactful play there to sack Gabbert for a loss of 4. Back to the UMass 36-yard line. It's 3rd down and 14 now for Miami, who are teetering on the edge of field goal range with under 9 to play in this 3rd quarter. Tie ball game at 10. Again, Miami in the same formation with two receivers both sides, but this time the back is Keon Mosey on Gabbert's right hip. And Mosey was set to get the handoff, but now Gabbert pulls and runs to the far side. He's dragged down after a short pickup. Good open field tackle there from Tyler Rudolph, the backup safety, who had a pick against the RedHawks last year. But Gabbert scampers ahead. They'll give him only about 2 yards. And this is a decision now in the rain and with the wind a little bit in the head of the RedHawks and crossing. This would be wild if Miami goes for it, but it looks like they might now. They're going to bring, it looks like the field goal or punt unit on. RedHawks are going to punt. Wow. 4th and 12 from the 34, and Miami is not used to punting in this spot. UMass has got nobody back. And now Bevelheimer just taking the snap and holding, and we got whistles all over the place. UMass was lined up as if Miami was going to go for it, and then the RedHawks snapped the ball.
Position to officiate the play. We will replay 4th down.
And the call is that the officials were not in position to officiate the play, so kind of everybody was fooled there, and that kind of lets UMass off as now they get to make substitutions and line up in punt formation. And that will bring Ty Harding back to his own 10-yard line. So a chance to pin the Minutemen deep. High snap, but Bevelheimer handles it and skies an end-over-end kick inside the 10-yard line where it is caught by a RedHawk at the 5-yard line. That might have been Javon Tracy out there for Miami that made that catch. They'll mark it at the 4, so punt on the 34-yard line. You don't love to see it, but at least the unit does its job and pins UMass for the 2nd time in this game at their 5-yard line or closer. And the Minutemen will start in the shadow of their own goal line at the 4 with 7:46 to go in the 3rd quarter in a 10-10 ball game. We'll take a quick break here from Yager Stadium. Rain still coming down here in Oxford. Tie ball game between Miami and Massachusetts. Back with the Minutemen on offense after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 10-10 our score with 7:46 to go in this third quarter. Massachusetts with the ball back at their own 4-yard line following the punt by Alec Bevelheimer. Miami got to the UMass 34, but elected to punt instead of kicking a field goal into the wind and rain from 51 yards out. That means Pumachan back out with the UMass offense and back to throw here on first down in a collapsing pocket area deep down the middle of the field. It is caught across midfield. Keeney James again down to the Miami 44-yard line.
Tyson Pumachan's pass is complete to Jacoby Keeney James.
Ambe Caldwell got burned for Miami as that play goes for 51 yards and UMass into plus territory. Wipe the field position out for the Minutemen. Onto the Miami 45 goes the UMass offense. Dual backs in the backfield with 2 receivers left for Pumachan. Gets the snap and will take the ball himself and pitch out right on the triple option to John, who gets beat up around the 37-yard line of Miami. He gets 3 yards on first down. Ty Wise makes the stop for the RedHawks with under 7 to play in the third quarter now. 10-10 ball game, and UMass has flipped this on its head with that huge catch by Keeney James, his second big gain. Now over 120 yards receiving on just 3 receptions. 6.5 left to play, third quarter, and on 2nd and 7. Dual tight end set for the Minutemen with 2 receivers left. Nobody split out wide to the right. And getting the snap, a fake run, and now out wide. Hester had it fall incomplete. He got blasted. There is a flag on the far side of the field, way away from everything. Pumachan faked the quarterback draw there and then actually threw it, dumping off to C.J. Hester, the Cincinnati native, graduate of Wyoming High School. Couldn't hang on to the football. There's an ineligible downfield call on UMass, and Miami will accept it. So that'll back the Minutemen up behind the sticks. And that'll make it 2nd and 12. Nope. Just announced correction that Miami has decided to decline. So 3rd down and 7 will be the result instead of 2nd and 12. And Miami is going to look to get the defense off the field here with 6:19 to go in the third. All game still tied. Massachusetts 3 for 8 on 3rd down. They're 0 for 1 in the second half. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, along with a tight end. That's Dominic Mazzani in the right slot. RedHawks showing pressure. Pumachan takes the snap. Miami rushes 5. Time to throw. Pumachan delivers over the middle. It's off the hands and incomplete. He put it right on Jaquan Gibson's paws, and he couldn't hold on to the football in the rain. Maybe a little bit out of that window for a gimme catch for Gibson. He might have also kind of slipped and fell as he tried to catch that football. But man, he was open. That ball was delivered on time. And instead of converting around the 30-yard line of Miami, UMass will be forced to punt with just over 6 minutes left in the third.
Those are backbreakers for UMass. I mean, the ball hit the receiver hands on both of those passes and just couldn't come up with it. Obviously, it's tough to catch in this rainy environment.
Punt unit on, and an end-over-end kick sees McDonald come outside the 10-yard line and calls for the fair catch, making it at the 14 of Miami, where the RedHawks will start 1st and 10.
Let's play some Victory Bell
So
trivia.
in the second half, Miami will now come out for a second try on offense. And Andrew, the first time out, looked really promising until it wasn't. RedHawks were unable on the edge of field goal range to get close enough for Adam Jobin try to take the lead. And again, Miami just continues to get across the 50-yard line and stall. RedHawks came into this half 1 for 8 now on the season and scoring touchdowns in the red zone. And Miami's continued to be beaten by the field goal bug. That time they didn't even get the try.
It was 1904.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Compared to last year, it's just night and day. I mean, you obviously lost Gage Larvin. You lost your top rusher in Rashad Amos. You lost a good amount of talent as well, especially on the defense. But, I mean, you still have Brett Gabbert. You still have a good amount of returners. And it just feels different this year. I don't know why. For whatever reason, this RedHawks offense can't crack into the red zone.
Visit
really bit themselves into their feet with Brett Gabbert kind of struggling with turnovers. That'll definitely set your offense back a ton, and it has just been tough sledding for these RedHawks. But they got to figure it out. I mean, it's a 10-10 game, 6:06 left to go, plenty of time left. You got a good amount of home crowd here trying to get loud for you, but, you know, the defense gets another stop. It's kind of been that all season long. Defense gets a stop. You need to score. We saw that in Notre Dame. The RedHawks defense, they force turnovers, they attack Notre Dame, and Miami just can't crack it in. So hopefully on this drive we can get some big shots downfield. I know they've definitely been trying to find the right combination. Andre Johnson and Cade McDonald, of course. Money McDonald, Brett Gabbert's favorite receiver, excuse me. So we'll see if they decide to put them into the offense more and get into the end zone for 6 potentially.
6:06 left to go here in this third quarter. And that means still plenty of time left for really either team to do something. Miami's offense really has shown a lot of promise in this game, though. That's what feels different about this one compared to the first three, as the RedHawks were really sluggish against Northwestern. Got a little better against Cincinnati, but similarly just couldn't figure it out last week against Notre Dame. Offense has had big play potential. They've had momentum. They've moved the football very well today. They just have had the same problem of not being able to score. They'll try again here. RedHawk offense coming back out as Brett Gabbert has his heels on his own 8-yard line. Johnson, the lone receiver to the left, 2 out right. Preston Daniel is stacked on the left side of the offensive line. UMass showing pressure. They've got 5 down linemen. Gabbert takes the snap. UMass is pressuring. Protection is good. Gabbert now running, and he'll tuck and go up the middle of the pocket. Gabbert making his way to the near side. He's tripped up. Protection was excellent that time around, giving Gabbert plenty of time, but coverage as well, good for the Minutemen downfield. To the 18-yard line goes Gabbert. It is a pickup of about 5 yards, rather 4, and it'll be 2nd and 6 for Miami from the 18-yard line. Pistol formation now for Miami, 3 to the right and 1 left. Expect to maybe see some pre-snap motion from the RedHawks. We'll now see it with the back heading to Gabbert's left. That's Mosey. Mosey gets the hand, heading right, and now finds a seam. Right side off tackle. He bashes forward to the 25-yard line, and that's a gain of 8 and enough for the Miami first down. Patient run from Keon Mosey awaiting in the backfield, and then bursts through the hole. An 8-yard gain as we roll under 5 minutes to go in the third. Tie game at 10, and the RedHawks will huddle up.
Really love this effort from Keon Mosey this afternoon. 7 carries for 50 yards on the ground. Didn't have a ton of explosivity against Notre Dame. He's certainly found his setting here against UMass at home.
Another handoff on first down, and Mosey breaks up the middle and breaks away from the tackle. Mosey off to the races across midfield, past everybody. Can he be dragged down from behind? He will be inside the 10-yard line of UMass. Finally getting to him at the end. Tyler Rudolph brought him down. That is a huge gain for Mosey. They'll mark him all the way down at the 8-yard line of Massachusetts. And the RedHawks are in business inside the 10. A 66-yard carry for Keon Mosey. That reminds me of the carry he had against Northwestern back a couple of years ago that lifted the RedHawks back out in front. This time it sets him up 1st and goal from the 9. Downing into the game at back end. Gabbert hands it to him. Up the middle he goes. Lineman trying to give an extra push. Downing maybe got a yard there. They'll mark him at the 7. 2-yard gain for Dylan Downing. Interesting part of the game plan here for Miami is 2nd and goal will come up. We expected to see maybe a bigger dose of run given the rain, but given Miami's struggles, we didn't know how much. Well, Mosey with 8 carries, Downing with 7, Davis with 7. That is by far more than the RedHawks have run the ball all season. Two receivers on the right and one to the left. Downing again the back, little in front of Brett Gabbard, who takes the snap back to throw. Looking right, Gabbard throws right, and one-on-one, a jumping catch for the touchdown by Javon Tracy. Wow!
The Miami touchdown comes on a 7-yard pass.
There was some hand fighting down low, and Tracy went airborne and made an unreal grab in the back right corner of the end zone to Moss, his man, and the RedHawks pull in front with 3:11 to go in the third quarter. It's Miami 16 and UMass 10. Bevelheimer, or rather, Jobin on for the point after for Miami with Bevelheimer holding. And he knocks it through. 3:11 to go, and Miami back in front, 17-10, as the RedHawks lead their first since 7-0, as it comes with just over 3 minutes left in this third quarter. Goodness gracious, Andrew. Javon Tracy has gotten it done a lot with the yards after catch. That's the first time we've really seen him go up and get aggressive in the air. That's an unreal touchdown grab.
Yeah, that was a 50-50 ball, but eventually a dime from Brett Gabbard. I love that throw. It spiraled in the air for a good amount of time, and, you know, it's hard to believe that Javon Tracy is still an underclassman, second year with the RedHawks. He started last year, but he's looking like a veteran out there. And man, oh man, what a catch to give the RedHawks 6. And motion back to that Keon Mosey run. I mean, you got to give credit to this offensive line. This is a veteran group, like you've been talking all afternoon long, and that play is responsible due to the blocking. It's been phenomenal today. And Keon Mosey, what a day. 8 carries for 116 yards. Hopefully this score is the jolt of energy that the RedHawks can attain throughout the rest of this one.
Not only is Keon Mosey the first 100-yard rusher the RedHawks have this season, by my count, Mosey is the first RedHawk that has cracked past 60 yards in a game this season. He's inching towards the 120 mark on the game on 8 carries. Ball on the tee, and an end-over-end boot by Kellen McLaughlin will not be touched as it flies over the head of Ty Harding. UMass will start 1st and 10, once again trailing now with 3:11 to go at the 25-yard line. Feel a lot better about the Miami offense after just one drive. It's a wonder what a touchdown can do. Because again, you weren't really worried about the momentum and the ability to move the ball for Miami. You were just hoping that they could move the ball again and this time finish the job, and they did. And now the defense, which has largely held up tonight, with the exception of really one blown coverage on a long 60-plus yard touchdown from the Minutemen. A 64-yard grab by Keeney James back out there. On first down, handoff right, and plenty of room for John, who makes his way to the perimeter and gets cracked back at around the 31, 32-yard line. They'll mark him at the 31. Stop made by Matt Salopek of the RedHawks. Gain of 6 on first down for the UMass feature back at 2nd and 4.
Yeah, on a few of these drives, it's really been Bubashan just leveling it down the field. He's got his favorite receiver over there, and you know, the RedHawks, they're bend but don't break. We'll see if they can limit the big plays on this drive after suffering one in the previous.
2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Pumachan. RedHawks will bring the pressure, and it's a pitch out left for John, and he gets swung down in the backfield. RedHawks get home. John will go for minus yardage. It's a loss of 1. And Bryan Ugu, good to see him back out there after he went down with a shoulder injury. He makes the stop for a 1-yard loss. Another TFL for number 8 in blue. And with under 2 to play in the third quarter, it's 3rd down for UMass. They're 0 for 2 in this second half. They need 5 yards, ball on their own 30-yard line on the left hash. Empty set for Pumachan, 2 left, 3 right. 1 tight end blocking on the left side of the line. Pumachan takes the snap, looking right, pocket collapses, but he makes his way up the middle and has room to run. To the outside, Pumachan still on his feet, pushed into the Miami sideline. He'll get to the Miami 40, or rather the UMass 40, and get out of bounds there after a 10-yard pickup on 3rd down and 5. 94 seconds remain in the third quarter, and UMass converts on their first 3rd down of the second half.
What a run there from Pumachan. Pocket collapsing. He's a very mobile quarterback. We knew it coming into this one, and he shows off the legs there. Not only that, but he's hard to bring down. 6'4", 220. He is a beast.
One receiver on both sides. And Pumachan takes the snap, faking the run, and will air it down the far side. It is broken up. Great coverage on the play by Miami. And it was William Hardrick that got in there and one-on-one on the deep ball. It was intended for Gibson.
Broken up by William Hardrick.
And Hardrick with a great one-on-one play to break that up. That could have been another big UMass passing play. Instead, they'll stick it back 2nd and 10. Twins on both sides for the Minutemen. Pumachan gets the snap, pressure coming up the middle, throwing up the middle, it is caught. And Sterling Galban across the 45, he gets to the UMass 46, where he's dragged down. About a yard after contact for him, 6-yard gain. And that's Salopek making the stop again. Miami's tackles leader and the defending MAC Defensive Player of the Year. It's another 3rd down here for UMass. They've already converted 1 on this drive. This time they need 4. Last time they needed 5 and got 10. 3 on the left and 1 on the right for Pumachan. Up to his offensive line with a few words, now backing up into the shotgun. 10 left on the play clock. 23 left in this 3rd quarter. Pumachan looks right, takes the snap at the Leonards. Backing up, pocket collapsing. Pumachan escapes the initial tackle. Flag comes in the secondary, and Pumachan is brought down for a loss. So we'll see what the penalty is. It'll go down as a sack.
Defense, number 3.
But it's defensive holding on Hardrick, who just had that great play earlier. This time holding in the secondary and potentially not allowing Pumachan to get that pass off. That's an automatic 1st down and another tough 3rd down penalty by this Miami defense. That'll give UMass a freebie to move the chains. They'll move on to the Miami side of the field as well, to the RedHawk 44, and do not have to run another play in this 3rd quarter. 5 seconds remaining. UMass is huddling as if they'd like to snap it, but time's just going to run out. And that is how the 3rd quarter will come to a close. Well, Miami comes out +7 on the 3rd quarter, and at least that is fortunate, but had a couple chances to get off the field on 3rd down on this drive, and uncharacteristically, the defense could not do so. UMass driving into Miami territory, and we'll flip the field and continue the drive when we come back. 15 minutes left to go. Miami looking for win number 1 on the 2024 campaign. They lead Massachusetts by a score of 17-10. We're back to Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. Headed into the fourth quarter from Yager Stadium alongside Andrew Relvas, Luke West, Poley with you. Just a reminder, coming up after this one ends, Bryan Miller and Addison Lenhart have your Red Hawk radio post game. Break down this one between Miami and UMass and preview next week the biggie for the Red Hawks in their MAC opener. They will head to the Glass Bowl to take on the Toledo Rockets, defending MAC West champions, and Miami's opponent in the Mid-American Conference Championship game last year. Much like this Red Hawk team, a very differently constructed Toledo team this year after they lost a lot to the transfer portal, but retool and reload has been the name of the game for Jason Candle, who's been one of the most consistent group of 5 coaches in the country over the last decade. Toledo, again, set to be one of the MAC favorites along with these Miami RedHawks. Don't want to miss that MAC opener coming up next week. We will provide updates as soon as available, hoping to cover that game. Still working out some details with that, but we will let you know as soon as we can. And just a reminder again that the post-game show is coming up on the other side of this quarter. Well, this should be a good one. We got 15 minutes left. Miami leads UMass 17-10. A Javon Tracy touchdown catch has the RedHawks in front, but UMass has converted 2 third downs, the latest on a third down defensive holding penalty after the RedHawks got a sack and now driving into Miami territory on the 44. Some movement up front, though, to begin this quarter. Flags in, and the Minutemen will likely be backed up.
False start. Offense. Number 55.
False start, says Rich Edwards, our referee. 5-yard penalty will back UMass to the Miami 49-yard line, just a yard past midfield, where they'll have it 1st and 15. And UMass has faced 2 third downs on this drive. One of them converted on a scramble drill by Tyson Pumachan on a 3rd and 5 earlier on, and then the latest of which Pumachan again was sacked. The coverage has been good, but the coverage last time done so illegally with a defensive hold. For now, it's twins both sides for Pumachan, taking the snap and looking right now over the middle. He delivers low and incomplete. Just spiked the throw intended for Galban. And it falls incomplete, a couple yards short of him, just misfiring. 2nd and 15 will come up 4 seconds into this fourth quarter.
Throughout the second half, Pumachan has really been leaning towards the check down, finding a wide open tight end or back, wherever it may be. Less of the home run hitters for UMass, but still this RedHawks defense stout as ever, coming down to the wire.
Pair of receivers on both sides, and Pumachan will take the snap and look to throw down the far side. Pass complete just short of the sticks for Gibson. He's pushed out of bounds, and he actually bobbled it and lost it. Incomplete. So he caught the football and then turned. Rather, it was actually Keeney James that was over there and got shoved out of bounds. And as he got shoved out of bounds, he kind of juggled the football. Don Brown is irate with the official on the far side. But the call on the field was that as he got shoved out of bounds, he juggled the football and he did not really gain possession until he stepped out. The RedHawks were all over it. Now it's 3rd and 15 for UMass. And a clap and a look to the sideline for Pumachan. Doesn't have much time. 5 left on the play clock as he backs up into his set. RedHawks showing pressure. Pumachan takes a 3-step drop. RedHawks have pressure. Pocket collapsing. Pumachan escapes to the far side. Now in his face, Handrew flushes him, and Pumachan fires incomplete. Looking over the middle, really nobody there as Pumachan just got rid of that football, probably to avoid taking a hit. Luke Evans was in the area providing some coverage at the second level for Miami. And the QB hurry coming from Corbin Handrew. And now on 4th and 15, UMass will boot it away. And Miami, for the first time since the opening quarter of play, will have a chance to take a 2-score lead, getting the ball back up 7, 20 seconds in to this fourth quarter. Cade McDonald stands at his own 10-yard line. And Kolodzy's kick is a high spiraling punt to the right. McDonald fakes the catch of it, but it's a good one, rolling inside the 5 and out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it. Looks like in between the 4 and the 5-yard line is where Miami will start. Job well done by the ST unit of UMass. And the RedHawks will have to go 96 yards to try and move in front by a couple of scores. We've reached a timeout on the field, 28 seconds into this fourth quarter. We'll take a break. RedHawks with the ball back up 17-10 on the Massachusetts Minutemen, and we return to Yager when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Sir. 14:32 left to go, fourth quarter. Miami leads UMass 17-10 alongside Andrew Relvas. Luke West Poley with you. RedHawks have it 1st and 10, taking back over. Spot has been moved up for the RedHawks by a yard, but still not helping them out a ton. They're on their own 5-yard line to begin the drive. Brett Gabbard is in the pistol. He's got 2 receivers on the right and 1 to the left. Now brings a man in motion from right to left and into the backfield. Going to his left is the ball carrier and Mosey. Flag flies in as Mosey has room up the middle, patiently waiting and shuffling down the center of the field to about the 11-12 yard line. But some pre-snap window dressing by the RedHawks. We're going to get called for an illegal shift here.
5 yard, half the distance to the goal.
That'll push Miami back half the distance to the goal, and that'll put them inside their own 3 now. So 1st and 13 is the official spot from about the 2.5 yard line. Gabbard will again operate out of the gun, and UMass showing some pressure up front. Gabbard will take the snap and hand it off left for Mosey, but he is met in the backfield, just getting out of the end zone, it appears. Mosey got to the 1 yard line where he was stood up. That was scary for a moment for Miami. Keon Mosey just barely avoided the safety, getting up to the 1 yard line for a 1 yard loss. But a good push by the UMass defensive line to get him right there. They will actually give him the 2, so it's 2nd down and 13 coming up for Miami still. So that's about a loss of a half yard for Keon. 3 receivers on the right and 1 on the left as Miami dare throw it here. Minutemen rush 4, again it's a handoff, and Downing with blockers down the far side is pushing forward past the 5. They'll give him the 6 yard line. Downing picks up 4, sets up a 3rd down and 9 for Miami. As we'll move under 13 minutes to play with the RedHawks up 7, but it's just run right now for the RedHawks. And I mean, might just be throwing in the towel on this drive and trying to flip the field.
Yeah, got to give credit to this UMass defensive front. They have really stifled these RedHawks. They've made life tough and bring it into chaos. Obviously, for Miami, they had the better of him with Keon Mosey over 100 yards rushing, but it's been very good so far.
Miami goes empty, and the screen pass is thrown incomplete, intended for Kate McDonald.
Intended for Kate McDonald is incomplete.
Gabbard just rushed that throw, and he was nowhere close, and Miami's going to have to punt. So now you got to be careful again, because Alec Bevelheimer is standing on the 2nd M in Miami, and on the very back of it, about a yard or 2 from the back of his own end zone. Ty Harding back to return for UMass, standing at the Miami 45. And Bevelheimer sends a side spiraling kick that bounces at the 50 and takes a good Miami hop all the way to the UMass 39, where it is downed by the RedHawks. That is a fantastic punt by the Ray Guy watch list punter in Alec Bevelheimer.
Illegal formation.
However, there was a flag in and an illegal formation penalty on the RedHawks. Is going to tackle, or rather, is going to push Miami back 5 yards, and smartly, Tom Brown's going to make Miami re-kick. RedHawks just can't get out of their own way right now. So that'll send Bevelheimer back out, and as soon as we were singing his praises, he'll have to repeat the same performance from even deeper in his own end zone now, potentially. As Miami's starting to really get squeezed on the protection. This will back the ball up to the 3 yard line. 12:24 left to play. Miami in front of UMass 17-10, and Bevelheimer will have to punt this inches away from the back of his end zone. Miami's had issues with the snap before. Harding again back deep to return, and again stands on the 45. UMass brings the heat, but Bevelheimer does get it away and again sends Harding back. He receives it at his own 45, and he gets spun around but dodges out of the first tackle, and now just running directly sideways, spins out of another tackle and gets across midfield. 3 flags come in at the end of the play as he goes down at the 44 yard line. Well, another good punt.
With penalty markers down.
But man, Miami just couldn't get him on the ground. RedHawks really struggled. Oscar McWood got to him, but Harding spun away from him and then just kept running sideways until room opened up down the center of the field. But the flag this time is a block in the back on UMass, and it will be a 10-yard penalty from the spot. It looks like this will move the Minutemen back behind midfield after that return went to about the 40-yard line.
Team opens the home season on Saturday, November the 9th at 1 o'clock at Millett Hall.
I believe it's 10 yards from the spot, so this flag should even back the Minutemen up further, and it will. They're going to go all the way back to their 39, which is where it was down before the Miami penalty. So another good punt there from Alec Bevelheimer, and this time the RedHawks, beneficiaries of a penalty, will be helped out a bit. Massachusetts pinned back with a little worse field possession than they were probably thinking, with the RedHawks punting from their own 3. We'll take a break here from Yager. 12:07 to go in our fourth quarter. It's Miami 17 and UMass 10. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .12:07 left to go, fourth quarter. It's Miami 17 and UMass 10 from a very well-soaked Yager Stadium alongside Andrew Relvas with West Poley with you. UMass offense back out onto the field after a lengthy back and forth sequence involving some punting and some penalties. Miami had a punt from their own 3-yard line. Alec Bevelheimer had to do so twice from inside his own 10. The second from pinned even deeper. Pretty good one with a penalty tacked onto the end. Backs UMass up to their own 39-yard line. Empty set for Pumachan here on first down. He now motions a man into the backfield. They'll fake the jet sweep. Looking, throwing over the middle. It's tipped and knocked down. Galbon was the intended target with the roll on the far side, and Silas Walters came flying through and made a play on that football with 2 hands. Probably should have picked that in the breadbasket, but maybe just got spun around a little bit by Galbon, the receiver, enough to knock that ball free. It's incomplete.
Great effort there from Silas Walters. He came out of a cannon, just almost got the interception, but forcing a scary scene for the UMass Minutemen here in the fourth.
Pumachan takes the snap, design run to the right side, swimming through the line, still on his feet. He gets blasted at the 47-yard line, but in taking the hit, he picks up 8 yards on second down. That'll set up a very manageable 3rd and short from the 47-yard line. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Minutemen as we move closer to 11 minutes left to play. Massachusetts down a TD. Receivers on the left and a dual tight end set. C.J. Hester in the backfield on the right of Pumachan. Faking the handoff, Pumachan will take off to the right side, gets to the perimeter, and has the first down and more into Miami territory.
Tyson Pumachan on the keeper.
Tiptoeing the sideline, we'll see where Pumachan got marked out. He gets to the 43-yard line of Miami before Silas Walter shoved him out. That's enough for a first down. UMass again converts. They've been very good on third down of late. Into Miami territory they go. Ball on the right hash of the RedHawk 43 with under 11 minutes now to play in this third quarter. Two receivers on the right, Twins, one to the left. And now motion from right to left. Galban will stumble in the backfield and go back out right. Handoff goes to Hester. He makes his way through the center of the field, spins away from a tackle. C.J. Hester into the red zone, and he is dragged down from behind, hopping onto his back, piggyback style, by Michael Yarborough. But C.J. Hester just slippery there, could not be brought down. And that gain for UMass will go for 23 yards to the Miami 20, and right on the edge of the red zone, the Minutemen will go empty set here with 10:20 to go in the third. Pumachan now will bring Hester out from wide right into the backfield, and Hester got the handoff faked. Pumachan will hang on, lays a stiff arm, but gets pulled down. Got the first RedHawk down, but Nat Salopek, the secondary man for Miami, did not fall to the same fate. He gets around the second stiff arm attempt to bring the quarterback down for no gain on the keep. And it's 2nd down and 10 now for the Minutemen with 9:52 and rolling to go in the game.
It's been a long time since UMass has been able to effectively pass the football. Seems like they're only exclusively running the football. It's worked so far, but the RedHawks ready on that play for a loss.
Play clock down to 7. Empty set for Pumachan. Another designed run to the right. Worms around a tackler and spins, making his way inside the 10. He gets down to the 8-yard line. More elusiveness from Tyson Pumachan. Has it up for the first down. Ty Wise makes the stop after a pickup of 12. Pumachan's got 67 yards on the ground. And it's 1st and goal, Massachusetts, with 9:09 to go in the fourth, looking to score the tying touchdown, down 17-10.
Need to play. Tyson Pumachan has done just that. He has been a man on a mission, and fatigue may be a factor now for this Miami defense. Definitely gassed here in the fourth.
Pumachan hands it off and up the middle. Hester, second effort to the goal line. They'll mark him down at the 1. And man, Hester has given the RedHawks fits. Again, meets contact right at the line of scrimmage, and Miami just cannot tackle him. He drags the defenders for 7 more yards. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line of Miami. Two receivers out left, nobody right. Ball on the right hash. Pumachan hands it off up the middle. Hester diving forward. Touchdown. C.J. Hester, a homecoming for the Cincinnati native and Western Michigan transfer. Former Mr. Football finalist here in Ohio has got UMass in the end zone with 8:12 left to go. And they are a point after away from tying this game at 17.
UMass has been able to effectively run it up the gut against this Miami defensive front, who, quite frankly, feels fatigued, and 1 point away from a tie game. Luke.
Lurie on for the PAT. Been a long time. Snap good, hold good, kick good. Lurie drives it through. And with 8:12 to go in the fourth quarter, that drive for Massachusetts all the way into the end zone that goes 61 yards has them back even with Miami 17-17 as we've reached a timeout on the field. Whole new ball game. RedHawks will have to retake the lead with the ball when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. With 8:12 left to go in the fourth quarter, UMass's 61-yard drive has tied this game. Minutemen use 8 plays to punch it in. We're just under 4 minutes of game clock, and we are back tied up at 17 apiece, with Miami set to regain possession. Just over 8 minutes left to play. With Andrew Relvas alongside Luke West Poley with you. Miami looking for that first win of 2024, and first 3 games, RedHawks were underdogs. This game heavily favored, but Miami, which at times has not looked at some complacency from the RedHawks at key moments in the game, let UMass hang around a little bit. Now here in crunch time, the Minutemen have really stepped up. RedHawks will need to answer the bell on their end as a high end over end kickoff from right to left. A fair catch called for and made by Kevin Davis. And Miami will have it back on offense in a tied game with 8:12 to go, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Brett Gabbert so far in the game, 10 for 18, 132 yards, a touchdown and a pick. He's been sacked twice. Good news is, Andrew, defense has really struggled lately for Miami. The offense, though, has looked a lot better than they did earlier in the game.
Yeah, it just kind of seems like we can't get both succeeding at the same time, which is unfortunate. You know, a game that you're heavily favored by 2 touchdowns, you want to beat UMass by a lot, but hasn't worked out, unfortunately. Hopefully they can turn it around with 8 minutes left to go.
UMass showing pressure on first down, now backing out of it. Gabbert takes the snap, handoff goes to Kevin Davis, juking right, but 4 UMass jerseys get to him right at the line of scrimmage. He goes down for a 2-yard loss. Kevin Davis down at the 23-yard line of Miami. All kinds of Minutemen in the area, and 2nd down and 12 will be the result for the RedHawks, immediately off schedule with under 8 left to play.
For Miami here, you cannot turn the ball over. You just got to be careful, but also tie game, not a lot of time left. Got to take some risks here.
Receivers on both sides for Gabbert, and again hands it off to Davis. Same result. He gets crashed on and goes down for another huge loss. This time he loses 3. Jalen Stewart into the backfield with the TFL. And it is 3rd and a mile for Miami. 3rd down and 15 coming up from their own 20-yard line. And goodness, not a good look for the Miami offense on what could have been a decisive drive.
2 straight rushes back from Kevin Davis, and I just don't understand why Miami has kind of abandoned this passing game where they pass in slants, and it's kind of worked to perfection so far in the game. Haven't done that so far.
3rd down and 15 for Miami from the 20-yard line. Gabbert takes the snap with time to throw, delivers to Cade McDonald short of the sticks, and he's bottled up. Got to the 22-yard line. There is a flag in the secondary, so we'll see. Maybe this was not in the same direction as McDonald, and UMass's coaching staff is not happy.
First of the game, there's no yardage penalty.
It's just a sideline warning on UMass, so that is potentially a break for the Minutemen, as that was in the area of potential defensive holding, which could have been an automatic first down. But instead, that catch goes for good yardage to McDonald. He gets 8, but needed way more. Miami will punt.
Yeah, another stinker of a drive there for Miami. I mean, just couldn't get anything going, and they'll have to play some stellar defense as we get closer and closer to the end of this one.
6:20 left to go, tied game. Bevelheimer's got a clean snap and sends a spiraling kick out to the 35-yard line, out to the 36. A fair catch is made by Harding. And UMass will start with solid field position in a game that is tied. A chance to go down and take the lead now again. A lead in which Massachusetts had for much of the first half. They have not led yet in half number 2. So UMass will start from the 36. Pumachan through the air, just 8 for 20, and quite honestly hasn't felt like it all the time. It's really been spurts of incompletions followed by big plays. All the catches really have gone for big yardage. He's got 145 yards on just 8 completions, but has also rushed it well, as he's got 67 and Hester's got 40 and a touchdown. Hester is the back on first down out of the shotgun. They'll fake the handoff and throw down the middle of the field. It is hauled in making his way through the middle and finally dragged down well into Miami territory. Down to the 35 goes Jaquan Gibson. Or rather, it was Keeney James that made the catch, and he gets all the way down to the Miami 36-yard line, and immediately a big play for UMass. Into Miami territory, ball on the left hash, and the Minutemen can now, approaching field goal range, choke this clock down. Pistol formation for Pumachan. Hester is the back. Hester gets the handoff up the middle on first down. He fights across the 35 down to the 32. That's a gain of 4 for C.J. Hester.
C.J. Hester, the ball carrier.
And he makes it 2nd and 6 for UMass and continues to move them closer to field goal range. As we're just over 5 minutes left to go, all tied up at 17. Hester is the back, 2 receivers out right and nobody left. Out of the gun, Pumachan, quarterback draw, down the right side, crashed into his own man, and the RedHawks will meet him and drop him at the 30. 2-yard gain, luckily there for the RedHawks. Pumachan ran into his blocker, looked like he might have hit his right guard there in Roy Jr. 2-yard gain makes it 3rd down and 4. 4:43 and counting left to go, and this is a near essential stop for Miami to make, and potentially 4-down territory on the other side for UMass. As officials off the sideline, we might have had a timeout called here by Miami. Or rather, there's an injured RedHawk. So this is a tough spot to be in if you're UMass. You got the momentum in the game, of course, but you're at a point in the field where you're really kind of in no man's land. You'd like to maybe try the field goal, but it would be long for Lurie. Certainly trying to get a couple extra yards, but if you could, maybe you're close enough where you think about going for it. But still, cross that bridge when we get there. For now, it's 3rd down and 4 for the Minutemen on the Miami 30-yard line. 17-17 our score. Clock will move right around 4 minutes left to play by the time UMass gets the snap off.
Well, this UMass offense has been under control, and this is do-or-die time for this RedHawks defense. Need a stop here on 3rd down.
Pumachan takes it himself after the fake, making his way forward to the 24-yard line for a 1st down. Pumachan to the 24. Silas Walters made the tackle, but not after the 6-yard gain on 3rd and 4. That's a UMass 1st down. And now the Minutemen can really start milking this clock, and they are officially in field goal range at the Miami 24-yard line.
This is an unbelievable effort on this drive from Tyson Pumachan, leading the Minutemen down the RedHawks' throat. They have really capitalized on their opportunities.
Pumachan hands it off. It's Hester down the left side, and on 1st down, he's swung out of bounds inside the red zone.
C.J. Hester with the rush.
Clock will still move as Hester got down to the 19-yard line of Miami. 5-yard pickup for him. 2nd down and 5 coming up with Matt Salopek making the stop.
Yeah, pretty much in this 4th quarter, it's been run here for the UMass Minutemen, and it has worked for UMass. They've really been able to capitalize on this kind of soft rush defense for Miami, although led by Bryan, not sure if he's limited or not.
2 receivers out right, nobody left. Pumachan in the pistol, hands it off for Hester, and he is tackled in the backfield for a loss. Back to the 22-yard line. That'll help, at least, if you're Miami. They'll give him forward progress to the 21, but still a loss of a couple yards for Hester.
Stop by Bryan Ugu.
Bryan Ugu makes the stop. 3rd down and 7 will come up, and UMass will take this down to the 2-minute timeout. It would be a 38-yard field goal from here. UMass is driving. They face a 3rd down and 7 with 2 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. Game tied at 17. The big play comes when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Don't go anywhere.
And tickets are available now at Miami.
Here we go. 2 minutes left to play. UMass has it on the Miami 21, 17-17 our score. And the Minutemen face a 3rd down and 7. Both teams still with all 3 timeouts. Miami needs to get off the field and force a field goal here. UMass lines up in the shotgun. Hester is the back. Pumachan takes the snap, following his line to the right. He is bottled up, but wrestling to the marker. Did he get there? They're marking him right at the line to gain. Which side is he on? UMass is pointing 1st down. We might get a stoppage for a measurement here, as this is very, very close. They'll say 1st down. Miami could not get the UMass quarterback on his back. And now the RedHawks will have to play the timeout game. Chuck Martin calls his timeout now as the clock is moving once again. It'll likely be reset to somewhere around 145, 146. But goodness, now Miami's got to call timeouts. UMass has moved from not super long, but not gimme field goal territory to essentially a chip shot if they can get a clean hold. And this situation has gone increasingly dire for Miami. It would be a 31-yard attempt from here. UMass has it 1st and 10 from the Miami 14. A minute 43 remains. RedHawks have 2 timeouts left. UMass will likely be able to run the clock under a minute left to play by the time they kick the field goal. The game clock will be set back up to a minute 48. And that is where the UMass offense will come back out. Two receivers on the right. Hester is the back, and expect him or Pumachan maybe to get it here on 1st down. Pumachan gets the snap and will take it himself. He gets drugged to the ground at the 12-yard line after a 2-yard pickup. Chuck Martin calls timeout on the Miami side with 1:43 remaining in the game.
2nd and a half. 30 seconds. Please reset the game clock.
30-second timeout. They'll add a 2nd to the game clock here. A minute 44 remains. Again, game tied at 17, and now it would be a 29-yard field goal for UMass. Kicking situation is interesting for the Minutemen. Jacob Lurie has already made 1 in this game from 45. That's a career long for him. He's got a very interesting college career. Graduate student from Blue Point, New York. Actually played his college ball to begin in the Buckeye State. He was at D3 Case Western Reserve up in Cleveland. Known for their academics, transferred out to another school known for their academics in Vanderbilt. Did not see any time there, but spent 2 years as a squad member and a backup kicker for the Commodores. Now has transferred in to UMass and earned the starting job. Came in today 4 for 9, but all of his misses were from 40 plus, and this is well within that. And once again, he's already hit from a career-long 45 today. UMass back out there, 2nd and 8. Handoff goes to Hester, and he will get inside the 10 down to the 8-yard line.
Hester, the ball carrier.
And I believe Miami called timeout, and they did.
Their 3rd and final timeout of the half. 30 seconds.
And the game clock will stay at a minute 41. So UMass will be able to take this right around a minute left to play before they kick the field goal. They could also potentially get a 1st down here. They're facing a 3rd down and 4 from the 8. Again, chip shot field goal, however, it has rained all day. Good news for UMass, rain has pretty much stopped, which was not expected to happen. However, the field is soaked, and there's certainly a lot of moisture still around. Minutemen, though, again, could pick up a 1st down and then run the clock down to just a couple of seconds and try to kick the chip shot game winner as time expires if they can get this 1st down.
Luke, on this drive, it just seems like this Miami defense is gassed. They've been out here for a long time, been asked to make a ton of stops, and unfortunately for them, Tyson Pumachan has really taken them apart.
So 3rd down and 4 for the Minutemen for the Miami 8. Ball on the left hash. Hand off to Hester, trying to motor his way forward. He's stacked up at the 5. That's a yard shy of where he needed to be. And it's 4th down and 1. UMass will run this clock under a minute, and the Minutemen will kick a 22-yard field goal for the lead. So with the time running off the clock and the potential to kick another field goal, UMass has not run their field goal unit out yet, presumably because Don Brown's going to call timeout. However, UMass's offense is huddling. But with 5 left on the clock, now we get an announcement that the play is going to get reviewed for a potential first down. So the officials will go to the monitor. 55 seconds remain. We'll have to check on how that clock is reworked following this review, but going to the monitor to go look at it. Our game is tied at 17. UMass has it at the moment, 4th and 1 on the Miami 5. Looking to potentially take the lead on a go-ahead field goal. RedHawks would look at getting the ball back in that scenario with around 50 seconds left and no timeouts. And the kicking unit, which was a sure thing last year for Miami, has been much more shaky this year with Dom Jobin, who was normally a punter, forced into that role this season with the late departure of Grant Nicholson to the transfer portal, who won the Lou Groza Award last year as the nation's top kicker. UMass will roll out Jacob Lurie to try and kick a 22-yarder pending the result of this review. Again, on the field, it did sure look like Hester was stopped at the 5 with the line to gain being the 4, and that would make him about a full yard short, but checking this just to make sure, the officiating crew wanting to get this right as a first down would let UMass run 2 more plays to get the clock down to a couple seconds before kicking the field goal.
For UMass here, you know, moisture and kind of this temperature still a factor here for the Minutemen. It makes sense to kick it, but, you know, not a guarantee. Although it's very close, the moisture on the field definitely can play a factor as well as a potential bad snap, but here we go.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 108. 108.
So ruling stands, game clock set to 108. And UMass, it looks like we'll get to hang on to the timeout. Not sure if the clock's going to be restarted or not, but here we go. Out rolls the UMass field goal team. They'll work from the left hash. Jacob Lurie from 22 yards out for the lead with 68 ticks remaining. We'll say officially from 23 as the Minutemen will give him an extra yard to try and get this off. Lurie, 5 for 10 this season, but every miss from 40 plus and already hitting from 45 today. Clock rolling once again, and so this will move it under 50 seconds. Lurie from 23 yards out will not get a kick away. UMass will take a timeout.
Timeout. UMass. Third first of the half. 30 seconds.
So you understand the logic's there for Don Brown. That allows you to not have to time the snap up to 1 second. But you do kind of ice your own kicker in a way there, who's really had to wait a long time now between the review and now your timeout and the clock moving 2 separate times during this sequence. A lot of time to think about a potential go-ahead field goal for a kicker in Lurie that is starting this year for the first time at the Division I level.
Biggest kick of the year here for Lurie. RedHawks on upset alert here in Oxford. Here we go.
43 seconds left to go. A 23-yard attempt from the left hash. RedHawk crowd that has stuck it out through the rain trying to make some noise. Miami blocked 2 field goals last year that would have both been go-aheads, trying to do the same here. Snap good, hold down, the kick is up, and it is true. Jacob Lurie from 23 yards out lifts the Minutemen in front with 40 seconds to go. Our score, UMass 20 and Miami 17. RedHawks with no timeouts will need a miracle now to avoid a stunner here in Oxford.
They will have to go pretty much the entire length of the field, assuming where Miami decides to take this one out. The good thing, though. Miami has had a few home run hitters able to go for long yardage. Obviously, Andre Johnson and Cade McDonald. So there's a possible potential for long yardage play coming up here from Gabbard. But obviously, we got to see where it's going to be kicked. And it's all going to be on the RedHawks here. Gotta get this one to grab your first win on the year.
RedHawks can again still kick the field goal. You'd be looking at around the 35-yard line to really stretch the edges of field goal range for either Dom Jobin or Kellen McLaughlin. Mentioned this in earlier weeks, never came into effect again. Dom Jobin is the normal field goal kicker, Kellen McLaughlin the kickoff specialist. However, should Miami need to really blast a field goal longer than 50 plus, the RedHawks may turn to McLaughlin to try and do it. First they'll have to get in range, and the kickoff shoots end over end and into the end zone for a touchback. So at the very least, Miami will need about 40 yards to get to the very edge of field goal range. They've got no timeouts left and 40 seconds to do it. And for the third time in 4 games now, Brett Gabbard is tasked with a come-from-behind drive in the final minutes of the game. First 2 have gone sour, as being in the Cincinnati and Northwestern games, and now, in much more stunning fashion, Miami finds themselves trailing UMass. Down 3 with 40 seconds to go and no timeouts. Brett Gabbard is out with the rest of the Miami offense. Clock will stop if the RedHawks get a first down or if they get out of bounds. Gabbard on first down, looking to throw, works the sideline to Davis and trucks a man over, getting out of bounds. 6 seconds come off the clock. Davis, not a lot there, for about 5 or 6 yards maybe.
Stop by Lake Ellis after a gain of 4.
Lake Ellis pushed him out. It's a 4-yard gain, and you lost 6 seconds there if you're Miami, and just fortunate that Davis got out of bounds. 34 seconds left to go. Miami up to the 29-yard line. Gabbard will go empty. 3 receivers on the right, 2 on the left. UMass with 3 down linemen and a prevent defense. Gabbard back to throw with plenty of time. Airs it to the near side. Caught by Kevin Davis beyond the 40. Scampers out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Again, perimeter work for Davis, but this time much more productive. 13-yard pickup for Miami. Out to the RedHawk 42 and a Miami first down. Clock stopped with 27 seconds remaining. RedHawks down a field goal. Approaching midfield. Gabbard takes the snap. Again with time to throw. Looking towards the edge and again has Davis. He got his toe out of bounds before he was pushed back in. 4 seconds off the clock. Davis gets out near the 48-yard line. Flag though on the far side of the field. Right at the line of scrimmage. And it just appears like really nothing good could come of this for Miami. Oh, it's offsides on the defense. I stand corrected. Miami's got to decline the penalty, though. It's unfortunate. At any other point in the game, you'd love for that to happen, but doesn't really help you a lot here. Miami will decline the penalty. Davis out of bounds. RedHawks up to the 49-yard line. And now a timeout called by UMass, who was not lined up properly. And fortunately for the Minutemen, Don Brown got it off before the RedHawks snapped the football. All right. Well, that's a start to a drive that the RedHawks will take. They're up to the 49-yard line with 22 seconds left to go. They're down a field goal again, still with no timeouts. If you want to work the middle of the field for a potential first down hitter and then spike, you've got 1, maybe 2 more chances to do that here in the game before you have to start working the sideline exclusively. RedHawks need about 16 more yards to really try a long field goal for a potential tie. Miami back out on offense.
They're going to Kevin Davis a lot, though. We'll see if it changes up.
Gabbard goes empty set. 2 right, 3 left. Gabbard with time to throw. Now flushed to the far side. Gabbard will tuck and run, getting across midfield, and Gabbard steps out of bounds with 14 seconds to go into UMass territory to the Minutemen 46-yard line. Gain of 5 for Brett Gabbard. That moves the chains for Miami. Downs now a non-factor. 14 seconds remaining. And the RedHawks trying to get into field goal range desperately here. They've got about 2 more chances to try and do so. 14 seconds remain from the UMass 46 down a field goal. Gabbert takes the snap. Looking, throws, complete to Davis, getting forward for a first down. He gets to the 36-yard line. Kevin Davis, another catch, this time on a crossing pattern. And down to the 36 go the RedHawks, and with 8 seconds left to go, decision time for Miami. Do they want to try it from 53 yards? Looks like they'll take one more shot at the sidelines to try and inch closer.
Like this call from Chuck Martin, try and get as close as you can. Wind not as much of a factor, but just got to keep it on the outside sideline.
Gabbert gets the snap with 8 seconds to go. Looks, throws, complete to the far side and out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Again, it's Davis. And with 4 seconds to go, Miami has marched down the field and will try a 45-yard field goal for the tie.
What a drive.
Now you just got to complete it. Dom Jobin, 4 for 6 this season. As long as 40, and Don Brown immediately calls timeout to ice him. Wow, did not think we were going to get to this situation. This even now harkens back to the review and how big that was, because should UMass, upon review on that close effort from Hester on 3rd down inside the 10-yard line, should he have gotten the extra half yard to move the chains, UMass would have run the clock out and kicked a chip shot field goal to win the game. Instead, the Minutemen left the RedHawks with 40 seconds and no timeouts, down 3, and Brett Gabbert marched Miami down the field to now at least attempt a career-long field goal try for first-year kicker Dom Jobin. He was an All-MAC punter in 2022, missed the entirety of last season with an injury, and moved into the kicking role this season where he is 4 for 6. Had 1 blocked last week. This will come from a shade inside the left hash. Call it from 46 yards out. Alec Bevelheimer with the hold. Hold is down. Jobin's kick has the leg, and it is good! Dom Jobin sends us to overtime. Wow! Miami avoids a stunner, and the RedHawks will head to an extra period with UMass. Their hopes still alive for their first win in week 4.
Dom Jobin, money, what a kick. On the initial kick, it looked like it would have been short, but it just had the leg, and man, oh man, when you need a big kick, call Dom Jobin's name, and we are going to OT with the Minutemen. Wow. What a game, Luke.
Indeed. Oh, goodness. This game looked over. Have to check the FBI probability at the end of this one. Massachusetts, again, if you missed that final drive, UMass was down a touchdown with about 8 minutes left, and they just beat the RedHawks back defensively. Tyson Pumachan, masterful in working the offense twice. Pretty run heavy, but got it done with a lot of option play and with his legs. Brought UMass into the end zone to tie the game at 17, and then with 40 seconds left, a chip shot field goal put UMass in front. The Minutemen went ahead 20-17, and with 40 seconds left and no timeouts, the RedHawks drive down the field from their own 25 to the opposite 28. That's 47 yards in 36 seconds with no timeouts. And Dom Jobin, who really hadn't been tried for a high leverage kick yet this season, knocks it through from a career-long 46 to tie the game for Miami. Let's listen in now to our overtime coin toss. Send things down to the field and our officiating crew.
Offense, defense, or which end of the field we're going to play. We'll start at the 25-yard line and play possession series from there. Whoever is winning at the end of the overtime we'll win the game. If we're still tied at the end of the first overtime, we'll play a second. UMass, you're going to call the toss. What is the call? Heads is the call. It is tails. You want to play defense? Which end of the field do you want to play on? You want to go that way. Okay, line up this way. It'll be UMass, first and 10 at this end of the field.
All right. So, Miami won the toss, and Matt Salopek, the RedHawk captain, elected to play defense. That's been what Miami's done best over the past few years. RedHawks, though, hoping to get back to their ways of stopping the Minutemen from earlier in the game. Miami will head to overtime, and the RedHawks, if they could get a stop, have a chance to maybe go for the win against UMass. NCAA overtime rules, if you're not familiar. Drives start from the 25-yard line. There is no time on the clock. Teams will play untimed downs. There is a play clock, however. You can take as much time as you want in between plays as long as you're within that 40-second window. In the first overtime, you play it straight up. UMass will get a drive, Miami will get a drive. If we're still tied after that, we'll go to a second overtime. In that second overtime, the only stipulation that's different, both teams will have to go for two. If we're still tied after two OTs, then it will be a two-point conversion shootout, so to speak, between these two clubs. Miami beat Cincinnati in overtime last year. RedHawks looking for some magic here. UMass offense out first and 10, and Pumachan will hand it off down the left side. It is Hester getting a couple of yards down to the 23. They'll mark him there. C.J. Hester, the former Western Michigan Bronco, brought down after a gain of 2 by Bryan. Second down and 8 coming up for UMass.
UMass has really found success kind of rushing the ball in the outside corner, especially C.J. Hester. Have himself a homecoming game in the homecoming game for Miami.
Second down and 8. Island receivers both sides. Pumachan in the pistol with Hester behind him. Carried the load down the stretch in a successful UMass rushing attack. Pumachan moseying right, now pitches it on the option, and Hester crashing forward, got knocked out of bounds. Looks like maybe a yard shy, but a very productive second down carry. It's a 7-yard gain before Ty Wise hits the back out of bounds. Third down and 1 coming up for UMass.
Massachusetts, third down.
From the Miami 16-yard line in overtime, tied up at 20, UMass has it third down and 1. Pumachan in the shotgun. Hands it off, Hester forward, has enough, but a flag is in. Pumachan marked down at the 14-yard line, but a flag from the far side judge came in right at the snap.
Illegal formation.
And it's an illegal formation penalty on UMass to back them up 5 yards. They'll have to replay third down, and instead of a short yard, it's now 6 needed for the line to gain.
Tough break for the Minutemen there. I mean, you pretty much have the first down and have to make up 6 more. See what type of pressure the RedHawks bring up front here on 3rd and 6.
Minutemen have attempted 15 third downs in the game. They've gotten a first 7 times. Pumachan in the shotgun, fakes the handoff and looking to throw. Pressure off the edge, airing towards the end zone. It's caught short of the line, and now into the end zone for a touchdown. Rather, they will mark the man down.
Is complete with a penalty marker now.
And there's a penalty marker in the offensive backfield, and it's ineligible downfield.
5-yard penalty.
Oh, goodness. This is just falling apart for this UMass team in overtime. That throw to the far side for the intended target in Keeney James, who was looking for another big play, caught it at the 1 and swung in for what could have been a Massachusetts touchdown, negated by a second straight penalty. 2 penalties later, 3rd and 1 is now 3rd and 11, and Massachusetts is behind the original overtime spot. They started at the 25, they're now at the Miami 26. Ball on the right hash, see if Pumachan can get it done through the air. He's under 50% throwing the ball in the game. 9 for 21 for the veteran quarterback. Takes a shotgun snap. RedHawks rush for Pumachan. Sets his feet. Now trying to run. Pumachan escapes to the far side. Now looking to throw towards the end zone. It is incomplete. Luke Evans back there defensively for Miami. It was intended for Keeney James, but a little long. And the Minutemen will have to kick the field goal in the top of the first overtime.
Wow, what a play there from that Miami secondary, especially from Luke Evans, able to keep it out of bounds, no harm, no foul, but great job there from Tyson Pumachan to keep the play alive. Now here comes a huge field goal upcoming for UMass.
44-yard try for Lurie. He's got it from 45 already in the game. This one comes from the right hash. Snap good, hold good. Kick is up, and it is no good. He pushed it right. Lurie misses from a yard shy of his career-long set earlier today. And another huge break for the RedHawks, a special teams play. Will give the RedHawks a chance to win it in the bottom of the first overtime.
Crazy break for Miami. I mean, oh my goodness, you already have a crazy kick from Jobin and a near make from Lurie, who is just a few feet away from that one. The wind also may have played a factor in that one, but either way, tied game, and Miami can win it if they score next.
After not much went the RedHawks' way in the final 8 minutes. In the final minute into overtime now, everything has. RedHawks have it now, 1st and 10. Pitch left goes to Kevin Davis, and he gets gobbled up in the backfield. Back to about the 26-yard line. Miami, on the other hand, now needs to score to win the game. RedHawks are within field goal range. They'll start the overtime from the 25, and now, like UMass, backed up to the 26 after a loss of 1. This is 2 yards shorter, I should say 3 yards shorter than what Dom Jobin made from at the end of regulation. However, we are going to the other side of the field now, right to left. Gabbert on 2nd down, fakes the pitch, now looking over the middle of the field. It is knocked away, incomplete. He was looking for Preston Daniel, the tight end up the left seam, sold it well. But the linebacker in coverage for Massachusetts, or rather Giles, I believe the defensive back, Hardwell rather, had the breakup as he just got in the way enough to knock that down, and it's 3rd down and 11. And timeout, it looks like, UMass.
Timeout, UMass.
Oh man, Gabbert sold that pitch really well out to Kevin Davis and had Daniel with a couple of steps who could have walked into the end zone. Just a little more touch needed on that throw. It was a line drive laser and needed to be a little more of a rainbow to get over the head of the defensive back and get to Daniel. So now Miami will see it at 3rd down and 11 in a game tied at 20 in overtime. Bottom of the first. Again, UMass just missed a 43-yard field goal. And so, for the RedHawks, any points will do to win them the game, improbably after Miami had the ball on their own 25-yard line, down 3 points with no timeouts and 40 seconds left in regulation. Could we see a potential long field goal again from Dom Jobin to the other end of the stadium to maybe win it for Miami? RedHawks would hope they can at least give their new kicker a little more room. Pistol formation for Gabbert with 2 on the right side and 1 left. The back is Kevin Davis. He, like Hester on the other side, has carried the bulk of tailback duties down the stretch. Gabbert gets the snap, hands off for Davis, trying to shimmy left. Davis got a yard back to the 25, but is put on the ground there. And Miami will try from the 25-yard line, it's 4th down, to kick the game-winning field goal from right to left. This is the closed end of the stadium. However, given the current circulation of the wind, probably the tougher end of the stadium to kick into. We just saw a miss from UMass's Jacob Lurie this direction. Now from the left hash, Dom Jobin will kick it right to left for the win from 43 yards out. Snap down, the kick is up, and it is good!
Jobin's kick is good!
Dom Jobin in overtime, and the RedHawks come from behind and walk off UMass. Wow, guts down the stretch from this Miami team. It took every ounce they had here on homecoming, but Miami ekes out their first win of the year against the UMass Minutemen in absolutely thrilling fashion through the rain here at Yager.
And Luke, kicks like those define years. You are 0-3, struggling against UMass, a team that you are heavily favored against. Those kicks define years. And how about Dom Jobin after Graham Nicholson left for Alabama, top kicker in the nation last year? Dom Jobin in his new role has absolutely capitalized on the kicks, and he has been the top kicker for Miami. Big reason why Miami takes down UMass here at home in homecoming for Miami. But man, what a game, man. It was a game that was a roller coaster of sorts. I mean, it was just not determined if Miami would win it. It was up and down, here and out. Felt like UMass was in control for a large majority of the game, but huge kick from Jobin gives Miami a great win, and they will hope to have some confidence coming up into conference play against Toledo next week.
Miami has now won their last 2 overtime games, and both have come with a thrill at the end of regulation. Last year, a blocked field goal at Nippert Stadium allowed Miami to eventually win the battle for the victory bell for the first time in 16 years. This year, RedHawks not so lucky in that matchup, but against UMass, a game Miami heavily favored in. RedHawks didn't have their best football all night, but down the stretch, a Brett Gabbert vintage effort on that final drive. He goes down the field in 36 seconds with no timeouts to put Miami into field goal range. Dom Jobin knocks down a career long from 44 as time expires. RedHawks tie the game, force a missed field goal in overtime, and then it's Jobin again on the other end of the field to put it through from 43 yards out to lift Miami to the victory. Well, this was an absolutely absurd game. We thank you if you tuned in to the very end through everything that happened, our tech difficulties and all here tonight. Final score from Yager Stadium in overtime, Miami 23 and UMass 20. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Addison, Lenhart, and Bryan Miller have your RedHawk Radio postgame. They will take you back through this wild matchup between the RedHawks and Minutemen and preview a huge MAC opener coming up next weekend at the Glass Bowl between Miami and Toledo. All that coming up next on the RedHawk Radio postgame. For now, for Andrew Relvas, my partner Luke Poley, saying so long from Yager Stadium.
So I was going to say I wanted to go back. Quite the finish here at Yager Stadium. Quite the homecoming weekend for Miami as they get their first win of this young season, a 23-20 win in overtime over UMass. Quite the ending there for Miami. 40 seconds left. The ESPN FBI gave UMass a 95.5% chance to win, but Addison, a great 2-minute drive from Brett Gabbert leads to a field goal from Dom Jobin, 46-yarder. And then in overtime, some self-destructive mistakes from UMass leads to a missed field goal. And Miami able to make a 43-yarder and get their first win on the season.
Yeah, and you really thought up into those last 40 seconds, in that fourth quarter especially, everything that could have gone wrong for Miami really went wrong. Costly penalties. UMass was having their way offensively with Tyson Pumachan, and the quarterback draw just really drained a lot of clock down to about the 40-second mark, kicked what seemed like it was going to be the game-winning field goal, and then we just saw a drive from this offense that we really have not seen so far this season. Brett Gabbert and Kevin Davis working together to get Miami all the way down to the field goal range, as you said, and then Dom Jobin, ice water running through the veins, not once but twice in this game, a 46-yarder to tie it, and then the 43-yarder he was able to glide through the left upright to win this one. And this is a wake-up call for Miami. They certainly woke up in those last 40 seconds to be able to get this one done, but I think you expected a lot more out of a team who played 3 Power 4 conference opponents. Very tough to begin the season. Expected a bit better of a performance today, but they got it done in the final minutes to really save what would have been a disastrous non-conference slate. 0-4 would have been the outcome for the RedHawks, but they're able to get it done, salvage a little bit of that non-conference slate, and we'll see how they're able to progress off this momentum through the rest of the season. But I think you saw a lot of good things from the defense in overtime. You saw some good things offensively. Keon Mosey was able to get it going on the ground in this one, had a couple of big runs, up over 100 yards rushing for the first time that's happened for a Miami rusher this year. So some good things came out of this game, certainly, and if you're UMass, just an absolutely gut-wrenching loss in the final seconds. You go down and you, as we said, kick what looked like it was going to be the game winner, perfectly executed drive to wind down the clock to that point, and then their defense just couldn't get it done in those final seconds. We kind of talked about how they were basically going straight into prevent defense when Miami was on the 25-yard line, let Miami kind of get those chunk plays that were able to set them up in a position where they could get themselves in field goal range, and they were able to do that, and just absolutely heartbreaking if you're a UMass Minutemen right now.
Yeah, they had a touchdown in overtime, but called back because of an illegal man downfield. Those are the type of mistakes that you just can't make if you want to win football games. Now for the Miami side, Addison, it wasn't a conference game, but if they lost this game, you could say like the season might be over at that point. There's no momentum going into conference play beginning next week at Toledo. But I think if you're Chuck Martin and the rest of the Miami coaching staff, you kind of get the best of both worlds. You get the so critical season-saving win, but you also get to get into your team a little bit, because it really wasn't a great effort from the RedHawks, and certainly a wake-up call before they head up to Toledo next week.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot on tape that Coach Chuck Martin is going to be able to dissect on both sides of the ball with this team, but ultimately when it came down to it, Brett Gabbert, the 6th-year senior who's been much maligned for his performance this season, had that costly turnover at the end of the first half, but he finishes the second half strong, gets it done for Miami. And this is momentum that you have to continue to ride if you're this team against Toledo, one of the best teams in the MAC, led the conference last year, and Miami's going to have a tough time with them next week, but this is momentum that they'll be able to ride. They'll be able to look at some things that they did well in overtime, did some things down the stretch defensively in that overtime period, and then offensively those last 40 seconds. There's a lot that you can take from that and tweak and fine-tune in order to set yourself up better for the rest of the season. But certainly a scare that UMass was able to put into the RedHawks today, but ultimately they were able to withstand it.
And certainly a big week next week for the RedHawks as MAC play begins with the rematch of the MAC championship game last season, this time heading up to Toledo into the Glass Bowl. Rockets looking for revenge from last year's MAC championship game. For UMass next week, they get another MAC team, Northern Illinois. That would be their 5th, I believe, MAC opponent this season. So the Minutemen looking to rebound next week. Well, that should do it from me and Addison. That has been your presentation of the post-game show here on Red Hawk Radio. We will be back next week from Toledo as the RedHawks take on the Rockets. As for now, have a good night, everyone. RedHawks win 23-20 in overtime.